in attendance, all board members are in attendance except for Michael Sloan. So there's 4 board members here, so if there's quorum, we're good. So first and foremost, we're going to open it up for public comment. So at this time, we'll take public comment on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the VHR Advisory Board. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. And I think, Lauren, you're going to be our timekeeper. So we don't have lights, we have iPhones. And is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. For this part of it, it'll be me. The Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board uses a timer, we just talked about, to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to speak. We'll start the timer when you begin. So after you say your name, we'll start the timer. You will be told when you have 30 seconds left, so your warning, and should conclude your comments. Once your time is up, if you can kindly wrap it up and sit down. Fair enough? So if you do have any public comment, just step up there, write your name, say your name, and if you could, spell your last name, because the lady in the back of the room that transcribes the minutes will appreciate it.
And Ernie, I'm Bob Byron. We discussed, I'm probably going to need a little more than 3 minutes to talk about the noise measurement.
Oh, do you want to do that when we start getting into the code itself, or?
Would you rather? It's up to you. I mean, we can.
Yeah, I mean, this is just more public comment. What you and I talked about was talking about educating us a little bit on the noise based on your knowledge.
Yeah.
So we're a little bit more.
Okay.
Smarter when we do the code. So. But is there any general public comment for anybody, or if you do have something else you want to talk about, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's it.
Sensing there is nothing to talk about from the public, there's nothing on the phone because we don't do the call-in. We'll move into the approval of the previous minutes, but that was on here. We didn't upload the minutes, so we're not going to talk about the minutes at this meeting. We'll do that at the next meeting. We'll talk about the approval of the agenda. So we have, for possible action, approval of the proposed agenda. The Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner, to combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, and to remove items from the agenda or delay discussing related items on the agenda. So we would be looking for motion from the board here on the agenda. Approving the agenda. Do you want to make?
I'll move we approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, so Mickey motions, and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's 4-0. All in favor? Okay, so in the administration agenda, I'll go through and read the agenda title into the public record, and we'll have a discussion to determine how the item will be presented. The timing for agenda items is approximate unless otherwise indicated for a specific item. Agenda items may be considered ahead of or after the schedule indicated by the agenda. Public comment may be taken on items that are identified for possible action at the discretion of the chairperson. For now, it'll be me. So the first item on our agenda for possible action is discussion on the election of a chair and a vice chair of the Douglas County VHR Advisory Board in compliance with VHR Advisory Board bylaws and Douglas County Code 20.622.060, subsection A, subsection 6. So we'll break that in 2 if we can. We'll do the chair first. So I'll let the board discuss this piece of it first because we don't have a chair. So is there any motion to put forward a chair?
I make a motion that we nominate Mickey Hempler for chair.
Okay, so Lauren nominates Mickey for chair.
I'll second.
There's a second. Okay, is there any public comment on Mickey Hempler for chair? Sensing there's no comment from the public, I'll bring it back to the board. And so can you just say it again? Lauren, I'm sorry.
I make a motion we nominate Mickey Hempler for chair. I second.
Patty seconds. Okay, any discussion? Keith, just speak really loud if you have any.
Second.
Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mickey Hempler is our new chair,
Again, sure.
returning
New
chair.
chair.
Returning chair.
Thank you.
And then
Mickey.
for the, for vice chair, is there any discussion? Any names?
I would just like to say that I think Lauren and I have worked together well with our past experience. I would certainly be in support if the board so chooses Lauren as a vice chair.
Is there any other names or any other discussion on that? Okay, we'll bring it to public discussion on the vice chair. Any discussion from folks in the audience? Sensing no discussion from the audience, I bring it back to the board for motion.
I would make a motion to elect Lauren Romaine as the vice chair for the 23 year of the VHR Advisory Board.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0 passes. So Vice Chair Lauren, and with that, I am going to bequeath to you the chairman role. It's all you now. You take over. I'm
Thank
done.
you, Bernie. Okay, you have your old used chairman back.
So if you can move it as fast as I can, you'll be well liked.
So true, okay. For possible action, discussion on a proposed revision to the Douglas County VHR Advisory Board bylaws to correct certain typographical errors in paragraph 2.2, making it clear that board members serve 4-year terms consistent with Douglas County Code 20.622.060 A4 through 5. Ernie.
Bernie Strelo for the record. So on page 5 of the packet, 2.2 currently states VHR Advisory Board members shall serve 2-year staggered terms. Additional terms may be longer than 2 years to account for mid-year appointments and staggered terms. Initially, two members shall be chosen by lot at the first meeting of the VHR Advisory Board to serve 2-year terms. The remaining 3 appointed members shall initially serve 1 4-year term. So, we change it back.
I can jump in.
Yeah.
This is AJ Haynes from the Douglas County DA's office for the record. The suggested change here is, well, the recommended motion at least is in the packet on page 4. Oh, excuse me. Where's the, page 16. So you can see that within, if you look at the background section on page 16, it states that paragraph 2.2 currently references a 2-year staggered term, which is inconsistent with the latter reference to 4-year terms. Also, the 2-year term reference is inconsistent with Douglas County Code, Title 20, Chapter 622, Section 060, subsection A4, which states that members shall serve 4-year staggered terms. It appears that this was just a typographical error. During the code revision process, there were different proposals as far as how long VHR advisory board members would serve, and I think during that process, somehow the bylaws were written in a way that didn't match up with the way the code was ultimately finalized. So it's proposed that paragraph 2.2 be amended. As is stated in your packet on page 16, VHR advisory board members shall serve 4-year staggered terms. Initial terms may be 2 years to account for mid-year appointments and staggered terms. Initially, 2 members shall be chosen by lot at the first meeting of the VHR Advisory Board to serve 2-year terms. The remaining 3 appointed members shall serve 4-year terms. So that is the recommended change. That is just to make the code internally consistent and the bylaws internally consistent and consistent with the Douglas County Code. So the recommended motion would be to, let's see, I think it's written in here, revise paragraph 2.2 of the bylaws to accurately state the VHR Advisory Board members shall serve 4-year staggered terms, consistent with the recommendation on page 16 of the packet.
So moved.
Do we need public comment?
This would be the time for discussion, if
Okay.
any, and public comment, if
Okay,
any.
because she said so moved, so I was
Yeah.
sure. Okay. I don't have any discussion on this because this is sort of a housekeeping issue. Is there any discussion?
I just, Patty Graff for the record, it says staggered terms, so how would that affect us?
I can explain that. When we started, remember we picked out of a hat?
Right.
Michael and I got 2-year terms. The other 3 of you
Right.
got 4-year terms. So that's the stagger. That's where they started the stagger. So
Okay.
in next year, Michael and I, our terms will expire, and the people that replace us will have 4-year terms.
Okay.
So it'll be staggered at that point. Is there any other discussion? Public comment? Seeing no public comment, I'll close public comment. We'll go back for your motion, Lauren.
So moved?
Second?
Okay, so we have a motion to revise paragraph 2.2 of the VHR Advisory Board bylaws to accurately state that VHR Advisory Board members shall serve 4-year staggered terms. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, 4-0. Okay, moving on to the real reason we're here today is to look at, I guess I don't have my, I wasn't chair, so I didn't, for possible action, discussion on possible changes to chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code relative to vacation home rentals in the Lake Tahoe Township. Last time we met here, we ended, and I want to say that it's on page 25 of the packet. We ended after letter M, which was about insurance. And unless somebody has a reason to go back, that to me seemed like a good starting place. We're going to do the same thing we've done before. If we get stuck in a circular file, we will put it on the parking lot and come back to it. I think if we get through the ordinance, then we go back probably to the parking lot and pick up the rest of these things, unless somebody has another thought on that. And as far as, I didn't catch your name.
Bob.
Bob,
Byron.
okay. When we get to noise, I guess, we'll have you
Sure.
give us some information. So, are you good with me doing this way, Ernie?
Starting with.
Starting with page 25 in?
Sure. Works for me.
Okay, so, under in, it has to do with the signed declaration being required by an owner. That's already redlined. Any comments on that?
So where are you saying it's already redlined?
Page 25, letter N is in
I have a
red.
comment on it when you're ready.
Go
Go ahead, Keith.
The last, the penultimate sentence in that paragraph says, trash storage must be sufficient for the maximum number of occupants as determined by the county. We don't actually put a time. I don't know if others believe that there should be a time there. I could see it 3 days, is that the average rental? I could also see a week because, you know, the snow we're having right now. But I think it's strange that we have, that it must be sufficient for a maximum of occupants, but no time mentioned. Obviously, time and occupants are the two factors which both determine if trash storage, remember this is not disposal, storage is sufficient.
So you're saying if someone's staying for 2 weeks versus 3 days, something like that?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, you know, it's got to be sufficient. And I could see 3 days being probably the average rental, but I could also see longer, not the length of the stay, because someone could rent a VHR for 4 weeks. And I don't think anybody in Tahoe has 4 weeks of trash storage on their place. I think at the maximum would be the time, the trash removal was scheduled. So I think either 3 days or a week, but I think my comment is there has to be a time. My ideas are either 3 days or 7 days, but if the county is going to determine it's sufficient, they've also got to consider time. And I'm
So,
okay with 3 days or 7 days.
okay, so if people have trash service, that's a weekly,
Yeah.
would a 1 week be sufficient in your opinion?
That would be mine, yeah.
I mean, that doesn't hurt this time. Conversation from the others? I hadn't even thought about a time frame. Patty?
Patty Graff for the record. I think if you have trash removal with the company, it's on a weekly basis. So I don't think that there really needs to be a specific time in there. Because we're requiring people to have a trash service. And depending upon whether, like we're having now, maybe it might get delayed a day or two, but it's a contract service. And I don't think there's any waste company around here that does the waste service for the trash that does not do it on a weekly basis unless someone has like a homeowner's bin or a large receptacle that would be able to take more than 1 week. But even the homeowners associations, they empty those big trash containers on a weekly basis. So I think it's adding more than what needs to be in there.
Lauren?
I'm fine with putting 7 days in there. What it does to me is it just lets the staff know that that is a consideration to be thinking about as to how long it needs to stay. And I just think it kind of is defining a little bit better what proper, or not proper, but what sufficient is. And so.
Okay. I don't really see the need for it. I'm kind of in line with Patty, but to me, it's not a very important. It's not worth. I'm not going to follow
Yeah.
my sword for it.
Yeah.
So, whatever the verbiage could be, maybe just as adequate as the. I mean, we know that the garbage service people come weekly, rain or snow. I know my garbage was picked up this morning. So if there's some specific language that you'd like to see, Keith, can you give it to
I
us?
think we have several options here. Again, this is not a hill I want to die on. I think we should say trash storage must be sufficient as determined by the county, and take out maximum number of occupants. Or we could say trash storage must be sufficient for the maximum number of occupants in accordance with the trash collection provided. I'm okay. Like I said, this is not a hill I want to die on, but I just don't. To me, it doesn't make sense to say number of occupants with no time, because obviously 10 occupants create more trash in 1 day than do 3 days, than do 7 days, and the county has to determine whether that's sufficient. So I think they've got to have a time in mind, and I was just trying to make it more specific. But if we want to move past it, leave it as is, and if Ernie's okay with that, I'm okay.
AJ?
Of the two suggestions that Keith proposed, this is AJ Hames from the DA's office, I think the first suggestion, just simplifying it to trash storage must be sufficient as determined by the county, is the more workable option, the more enforceable option.
Thank you, AJ. I also like simple is better for me. Less is more. Okay, is that good with you, Keith?
Yes,
Then-
absolutely.
Okay, that's good with everybody? Okay, then great, let's move on. I know did you have something within?
Yeah. So, Lauren Romaine for the record. So, AJ, I just need to know, is this the place where, because I'm not seeing any reference to the fact that owners must provide the written acknowledgement that no employee or other person working or or using the VHR will illegally dump trash. I know it is on the affidavit now, which I'm really happy to see, but I don't know that I've seen where the requirement or where it states that it will be part of an affidavit and will be signed.
AJ Hames from the DA's office for the record. I'm looking down at section 040, where it talks about operation of units. I know there were at least 2 trash sections.
Yeah, that's what let me just,
I think it's 040, section D.
a signed declaration.
subsection
Got it.
10, where we require the owner shall be responsible for lawful and proper removal of disposal of all trash at the vacation home rental. The owner at a minimum shall contract waste management company for regular trash removal and shall ensure that trash removed from the vacation home rental by the owner, agent, local contact, or any other person is not illegally deposited in any private trash receptacle or otherwise illegally dumped off-site.
Yeah.
And so that's included both now in 030, which talks about the application, what's required in order to obtain a permit, and then 040, actually operating the VHR. Those are the 2 sections.
Yeah, so actually I'm seeing now in N on page 25, it does say a signed declaration by the owner agreeing to be responsible for the trash removal and disposal and confirming that all trash has been and or will be disposed of in a proper manner. A lot of times we've listed not just the owner, but we've also listed any employee, because the problem that we've run into is where someone's illegally dumping and they say, the owner says, well, I've told my contractor that he has to take it down here, and here's this, and of course the contractor doesn't get paid to drive to 3rd Street, so they just illegally dump it. In that wording that you see in N right now, if that situation came up, would an owner be able to skate on it?
I think this holds the owner ultimately responsible.
Okay,
And so then when you take that into account and then look at the operational requirements in 040,
Yep.
where it says that, and it lists people who have to throw the trash away properly.
okay,
I think taking those 2 together, we're
Great.
achieving what you had proposed.
thank you.
Okay, anything else on N? If not, let's go to O. This was cleaning up from the whole document where we're taking the designee word out. Next page, 26, permit application, 6 through 8. Does anybody have anything on that?
I'm sorry, Mickey, say that again, so we
Oh,
were N,
page
you said
26.
6 through 8?
Well, I guess it's P and Q and 6 through 8.
Yeah. I had a question on 6.
Okay. Patty, did you have anything on that section? I didn't either. Keith?
No.
On page 26, PQ 6 through 8, did you have any comments on any of that verbiage that has no purple or red on it?
I'm sorry, I am keeping the same
I know.
version that I made all my comments for the very first meeting.
Okay,
What section number are we in?
I can,
We're 040,
Uh-huh.
E5, subsections P and Q, and then sections 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, no, I don't have any of that yet.
okay, good. Then we'll go to you with number 6.
Yep, so number 6,
Lauren?
just the question of rental permit is not consistent with county records. What if, oh boy, finding online, what if your finding online is not consistent? I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out my note here. I'm fine with it, it's fine.
Okay, let's move on. Number 9, all VHR renewal applications. AJ, just for you, that was another one of those that I mentioned to you earlier that had some different crossouts and non-crossouts. Must include the following information.
I think that the first 2 lines there, just the way that the PDF was uploaded, I think those are supposed to be Looks like I think the underlining and the crossed out got.
No, I do think the crossed out was kind of a redundancy that's been removed. Because July 15th of '21 isn't relevant anymore. Everybody's under
Yes,
their
that's
tiers
correct.
and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, we've moved past July 15th, 2021, and so
Yes.
we're just suggesting to simplify the code that language
Mhm.
Right.
be omitted, and then we move directly to what renewal applications
Right.
must include. There that follows then is a list of 2 things. These have been discussed in prior meetings. A list of websites, listing services, or publications on which VHRs are advertised. Currently, people are required to comply with certain advertising requirements, but we don't necessarily know where they are advertising. So this proposal says if you're renewing your application, you have to disclose your advertising sites. And then B, identifying the information that will allow the county to find the advertisements, including hyperlinks and or URLs for each listing, listing titles, and any other assigned property or listing. So you're not just saying, oh, we have something on Airbnb. That's what A requires. B requires you to actually provide the link to your listing on Airbnb.
And we have discussed this before, I am
Yes.
sure, maybe many times. So perhaps that's something at this point we're ready to put into a red line, unless anybody has comments. Are you with us on that,
Yeah.
Keith? Okay.
Sorry, just my one comment would be just for the county staff. I could renew my application thinking I'm going to only do VRBO. And then 6 months later, I decide to do it on Airbnb. Is this sufficient, or would you want a C that any change or any new listings would require notification? To me, it seems a little overkill. I just wanted to point it out.
This is Ernie Strelo for the record. I mean, we look at the sites based if there's a complaint or a renewal or application type, right? So host compliance is the tool we use. So we look at if there's VRBO or Airbnb advertisements, we see it regardless if you tell us or not. We'll see it. It's helpful to if there's another site that we don't have access to or we don't normally check. It's helpful. I think this is kind of meant to, as the internet evolves and there's new competitors out there, to let us know, so we can kind of work to tie that into our
Yeah.
database. So that's kind of the way I would see it.
A is forward-looking, which says which each is advertised.
Right.
Yeah, so I think, if you want to keep that updated, you're gonna have to have a C that requires a notification unless you wanted to wait till the next application, but just wanted to point it out as if you guys to decide.
I don't need to see.
You don't need to
We
see.
we can find it.
Okay. Everybody else okay? Okay, so we have consensus on that. Now, 10 is where we start the fun. This is all on the tiers, okay? Right now, just for my giant audience, tier 1s currently in the code are 4 or less in a home that's occupied, okay? Tier 2 is up to 10 people, non-occupied. Tier 3 is over 10, and it goes through our board for approval, that kind of thing. So let's start with tier 1s. I know there's a few people.
Well, Ernie Strelo for the record too. In the supplemental pack, I think I added a bunch of statistics to help you if you're concerned about the calls that we get for the type of bedroom, the occupancy rates that we get. So it'll kind of help you talk with data. So if you have looked at that, then that's helpful. I think it'll help you a little bit when you talk through this. But
And I want to thank you for that, because I think it is extremely helpful, because it shows us the tipping points for complaints and the problems that we hear about from the residents.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
AJ Hames for the record. I would just suggest, before we get into a discussion of maybe different requirements for the tiers, I would just note that subsection 10 is a definition section. It describes what tier 1, 2, and 3 are before imposing any additional requirements. And so I would suggest that maybe to help move the discussion along, we start by determining whether there are any recommended changes to the definitions themselves. And if not, then the county staff are suggesting the definitions that are included there in the packet, just the revisions to tier 1, stating that it's a unit with up to 4 occupants located on property that is occupied by the owner. That's just changing some verbiage to make it more consistent with the definition of true host, which is not a term that's used in the current code, but is sort of a concept that influenced tier 1s and what they are. So
Okay.
this suggested change to tier 1 is trying to harmonize those concepts. Tier 1 would be a unit with up to 4 occupants, and it would be located on property that is occupied by the owner at all times when the unit is rented as a VHR. Units would have to be advertised as being on property occupied by the owner during the rental period.
Mr. Haynes, may I interrupt you?
Yes.
I have,
Lauren?
yeah.
Oh, I was just saying your name,
So
so.
Lauren Romaine for the record. Thank you. I do, instead of you going through all of that, because I do have a proposal for changes. So,
That's however the chair wants to
Okay.
do it. I can finish describing why the changes are recommended as is, or we can just toss them and go on with different recommendations.
I think that perhaps the changes you're looking at are actually the definition changes.
oh,
And
Madam Chair, maybe we should just start with tier 1s.
then, yes, that's what I was gonna say. Let's start with tier 1s, and we'll let everybody give their opinion maybe of a tier 1, or how they'd like to see it, or if they like it the way it is. And then we can have some little back and forth. Lauren?
I'd like to start, because unfortunately my thoughts have tentacles into other parts and pieces, so I can't really limit it to tier 1, but I'll try. Okay? And it's funny, because I'll start my discussion with tier 1 talking about true host. I do understand what happened with true host. True host was set out to be a carve-out for people who wanted to have people within their home and to just rent out a room. And a lot of times I think we've all kind of noticed that when you have an owner who is nearby, things are a lot more tame and things are taken care of, and it's not normally a problem. I don't know where that got confused and where true host became tier 1, but it did in the sausage making process. And the problem to me is that when you name something the same thing, people assume that the conditions for that same thing, titled the same way, are the same. So I think we've had a lot of confusion over people not realizing that tier 1 requires you to actually physically be there. And I believe the intent was also for it to be part of the building with shared spaces, not a separate unit, but I could be wrong there. So my proposal would be that we go back to what we originally proposed with a different definition and a different name, so that there's less of a confusion over it. A true host is a true host, someone who hosts someone in a home. And that is 2 people and 1 vehicle, because the host is there, has to be there. A lot of places, and I'd say probably the majority of, well, a lot of places I'll say, are limited to 2 vehicles. So if you have a host who has a car, then you can really only have 1 more car without causing problems with parking. So a true host would be 2 people, 1 vehicle, must be shared spaces, must have shared living, not living spaces, because I don't want to get into bedrooms and bathrooms, which gets kind of weird. So, must have shared, it must be the same building, that type of thing. And then tier 1s would be up to 4 occupants. As a tier is, you do not have to be there physically. It is a rental of that for that group of people. And I'll just leave it there.
Okay.
Can I summarize just to make sure that my notes are accurate?
Yes, please.
So what you're proposing is essentially a tier 0 type situation. It's a true host. They're not in the tiers at all. A true host is somebody who has to be present in the same building, and they can rent to up to 2 people and 1 car. A tier 1 then would be amended so that the requirement that the owner be present is taken away.
Correct.
And that's the only, that's the change.
For 4 people, 2 cars, yes.
Okay,
Okay.
so what about for tier 1s, just to make sure I understand? So currently it's units with up to 4 occupants. What you're proposing is that it just says units with up to 4 occupants. And then presumably we would add the language suggested for tier 2s,
Correct.
located on property that cannot be occupied by the owner at any time when the unit is rented as a VHR. Okay, I understand it now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. There's also the point that then does a tier 1 become part of the 600?
Yes.
Does a true host become part of
Yes.
the 600? Because that is in here somewhere.
To simplify the whole thing, in my opinion, Lauren Romaine, for the record, everything is included.
Okay. Patty, your suggestions on tier 1, or are you good with the way they currently are?
I think I'm good with the way they are. I think the simpler we can get it, the better off we are, rather than adding more to this and just making it more confusing. They've got it set up as 3 tiers. Now we're almost talking about 4 tiers.
Right. Okay.
If I could. if I could
Thank you.
just do another.
Let me just
Yeah.
go through
Yep.
everybody. Keith, your
Yeah,
suggestions?
I'm okay with Lauren's suggestion, and I have an ulterior motive for this. I believe having a true host and then a tier 1 having something small is a good thought. 2 people, 1 car, true host. Tier 1 being 4 people or less. Because, again, subsequent to this, when we get into some other chapters and we talk about occupancy levels, I think having a tier 1, 2, and 3 is going to pay some dividends. So I'm in favor of Lauren suggesting of having a true host, 2 people, 1 car, owner resident during the period of rental, than having a tier 1 being a very small, currently tier 2 of 4 people or less.
Thank you, Keith. I see a few issues. One of the things that, how I've formulated my ideas have been what I think the county commissioners will approve, because ultimately they're the decision makers. And they are the body that changed a true host to a tier 1 with 4 people. I do agree with the concept that tier 1, or whatever we end up calling it, should be part of the 600. There's 10 or 11 of them right now. I don't think there's any on the wait list. I am concerned a little bit about how the fee structure works, because I know that's complicated for Ernie and the staff, because they have to bring auditors in and come up with numbers. For the fee structures, they have to be approved by the commissioners by proclamation. And I'm not saying it can't be done. That's, it's whatever the board likes. I could probably go either way on this. I lean towards the way it is now, only because that's what the commissioners approved back when they approved it. Again, I too have ideas on occupancy and reducing them as we get into the other tiers. But I do think whether it's true host or tier 1 or both, they need to be included in the 600. So I can kind of see that we're on a 2 and 2 basis, so we'd probably do purple at this point, and maybe have to put it on the parking lot for a future when we have Michael, maybe next meeting in 2 weeks.
So do you want me to add to it?
Um,
Can I
Tier
add one
zero?
more thing
Yeah.
for the discussion, please? Lauren Romaine, for the record. So I've explained my rationale for having a different terminology versus tiers. it's not something I'm gonna fall on my sword over. If you wanna call it tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, I understand it sounds like there's more, but it is a clarification to me, and I think it's important. So I'm not gonna fall on my sword over TrueHost, and if that sends them into orbit and we can't get it through, then fine, let's get rid of it. I don't like enhanced, I don't like tier 1A, I don't like tier 1B, it needs to be
No, I
1,
get
2,
it.
3, 4. And the other reason to make tier 1 or tier 2 or to divide up what we've got is that we do realize here as a group that the smaller VHRs do not seem to cause the issue. And we've changed the fee structure so that a 4-person VHR is paying the $1,600 a year, plus the $175 for the fire, plus the $100 and whatever for fire extinguishers, blah, 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 the same as a person with 10. And if what we want to do is foster smaller VHRs that do not have problems, I believe we need to separate up those tiers so that the fee structure does not negatively impact the number 4 ones and positively influence the 10s, okay?
So if you'll just put tier 1 on our,
Is that only putting tier 1?
Tier
well,
1 / TrueHost.
yeah, yeah. And then,
Well, this Keith, the reason I like having a different term is they are different entities.
Yes.
You know, even VRDO, if you listen to advertisements here on TV now, they're talking about you always get the entire home, never part. And so even the rental agencies are starting to differentiate a true host from a whole house. And I think the smaller VHRs just aren't having as big a problem, the 4 and less. And that's why I think we ought to have, give ourselves some room to regulate true host, to regulate a small tier 1, and then have a tier 2 and a tier 3. So that's why I like the 3 terms. I just think maybe we have to come back to this after we get through talking about occupancy levels, but I just think we're leaving ourselves a lot more flexibility having a true host that is outside the 600, a tier 1 that is inside the 600, but a very small occupancy, and then having a tier 2 between 4 and 10, and then tier 3.
thank you, Keith. Okay, so let's move on to tier 2, and AJ, do you want to do a presentation like you did prior?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was a recommendation from the VHR Advisory Board requesting that staff come back with a change. Specifically, the board was of the mind that tier 2 and tier 3 units should be, at least under the current structure, should be differentiated from tier 1s, and that the owner should not also be allowed to be present on the property while it's being rented out. And the rationale there was that if an owner is allowed to be present on the property, then they can advertise the property on whatever website they choose, rent it out. If they determine, oh, there's going to be an extra bedroom, maybe I'll go stay in the unit at that time. It creates a situation where the occupancy is actually exceeding what would normally be found in that VHR. Also, parking is more of an issue because you potentially have 2 different groups, the renting group and the ownership group, utilizing the property at the same time, which creates more of a parking issue. So the board had determined to look at a change to the code where the property owner would be prohibited from being present while it's being rented out. So that's what's proposed under B. That change is also made as part of the recommended changes to subsection C for tier 3s. So now tier 2s would read units with up to 10 occupants located on property that cannot be occupied by the owner at any time when the unit is rented as VHR. The word property is used in order to be a little bit more expansive. There are situations maybe where an owner could be present not in the unit, but in a garage or a separate unit, or people could try to get around that. And so in an effort to prevent people from creating loopholes, the word property was used so that the owner cannot be anywhere on the property, whether that unit is attached or detached or what have you.
Thank you, AJ. Okay, tier 2, and again, we're going to just do like we did last time, talk about the definition of it, what our ideas are on tier 2s. Like the rest of you, I'm sure we all have separate ideas. Keith, you want to go first this time?
So, I just back to what AJ said, I don't know if that's what, I'm having a hard time hearing somebody, but my only concern, I like the wording, I think it makes some sense. My only concern is, we have a couple of tier threes. Well, so we have one tier three that they have a caretaker on site. And the Hera house, which I can't remember if that's a tier three or if it was denied a tier three, but they had a caretaker on site. And so I'm okay with the wording as is. You know, Lauren and others have thought about this a lot more than I have. So I'm okay the way it sits now, but just realize that there are, you know, a couple that we've discussed as potential tier threes that had a caretaker, and I didn't seem to have a problem with that while we were discussing it. But again, I haven't given much thought to the idea, so I'll go along with the rest of the board on the on site.
Okay. On the properties you're talking about, one was on Palisades, or I think it was Palisades. There was a caretaker. There was a separate unit for him that he lived in.
Oh, okay.
And then
okay.
the other, the Harris was denied as a tier 3. Probably hasn't been Harris for 20 years, but it was denied for a tier 3. I don't recall a caretaker on premises, but there was probably somebody available. Just to clear that up. Moving on to the tier 2s, Patty, what is your suggestions? Any?
On the tier 2, I agree with it. The tier 3, I think we're okay as far as like, you know, it's because it says on here, the property cannot be occupied at the owner. But I think if it's a separate unit where the caretaker property manager is on it, I don't think that would be included in this, AJ. With the verbiage that it is, so that if someone does have like the tier 3 with the property manager on a separate unit, it's not specifically the owner, it's the property manager and a caretaker.
Yeah, so this, AJ Haynes for the record, this would create, I guess, sort of a loophole for caretakers. I mean, theoretically, if this were adopted, the owner himself would be prohibited from being present when the unit's rented out as a VHR. But in theory, I suppose, an owner could send any number of other people to the VHR to occupy it at the time that the renters are there, including a caretaker, but also including, say, an uncle or a cousin. And so if the board wants to, we would have to tweak the language. If we're more concerned, if the concern is that owners are using these properties concurrently with their guests, then this proposed change would cover that concern. If the concern is that there's two different groups using the property simultaneously, then this wording probably isn't broad enough to cover that. And so this wouldn't, I wouldn't think, that this wouldn't cover caretakers, and it wouldn't cover guests independent of the renting guests.
Thank you, AJ.
This is Keith Fire for the record, and I see those as different. I see a caretaker as fundamentally different than renting to two groups. And if we don't have the prohibition for renting to two groups in here somewhere, we should.
Okay. Thank you, Keith. Lauren, were you finished, Patty? Apologize. I
Yes.
just moved on. Lauren, tier 2 definitions. I know you know I have a laundry list too, so you go for it.
So you all wonderfully got to the right place without me having to say it, so which was great. Lauren Romaine for the record. Yes, so the problem is not just owners, it's a separate group of people. However, the thing with the caretakers, and I think Mickey hit on it, if your property is zoned for another area, which I believe that one was, so you had the main house and then you had a carriage house, and they're two residential areas, that's perfectly fine. I mean, that's within the zoning of what it is. You have a single family and then you have another building that is zoned for that, that's two separate people living in two separate dwellings, residential dwellings. Problem comes in when you have multiple groups living separately within one single-family residence. Or you have 4 people living within a duplex, 4 separate places within a duplex. So I don't want to propose wording to you, but I know you get the problem and the issue, and that was my concern with only seeing owner, because people can have a duplex and rent out 4 separate areas to 4 separate people, and the owner is nowhere near. So I think what we need to do is somehow, what we're trying to do is the zoned use for that property is what should happen. It's a single family. I know single family sounds like one group, but to me it's one group of people.
AJ Ames for the record, I just to interject,
Yeah.
there's already language in the code about zoning, and I don't think it's been helpful at all. So if we're looking at restricting use, especially since zoning is inconsistent, I don't think it's gonna help us to talk about zoning. I think it will be more easy to enforce if we're just specific about how you can use a VHR. And so I would encourage any suggested, changes to get away from zoning, which can be confusing and inconsistent, and try to look more at, just defining what types of properties we're talking about. 2 units, 1 unit, separate units, same units, attached, using words like that when we have these discussions, because I think it'll be easier in the future to understand and enforce.
And Lauren Romaine, for the record, I mean, that is to me the zoning. So if you, but maybe I'm using the wrong terminology, but that is to me what I'm saying is if it's a single family home, it's one group of people living in a shared space.
I guess what I'm getting at is you can have a single family home, but behind that single family home, in an open area, you could have an accessory dwelling unit. And so even though it's zoned single family residential, you can legally have 2 separate residential units on one lot. And so that's what I'm just as an example.
Yeah.
There are situations where the zoning itself is not consistent with maybe how we perceive it.
Okay. I know you get the problem, which is fantastic, Lauren Romaine for the record, and I will, the ADU, I've got a couple questions on it, but I won't take this.
Patty Graff for the record, what about putting in the tier 2 and the tier 3 that it can only be rented to one group?
So in AJ Hames for the record, in lieu of the formerly proposed language, cannot be occupied by the owner, it would say something more broad, like cannot be occupied by any other group
Or owner?
or owner when the unit, something along those lines.
You'll get it.
Yeah.
Unless there's an accessory dwelling unit?
Well, that's,
I did-
if you have a like a large home on the lake on 10 acres, and they have lawfully constructed a separate unit on their lot, if it's zoned the same as the neighbor on 1 acre with 1 unit, that's where I'm saying we need to get away from just thinking about zoning and, maybe there's a carve out that needs to be in there for, permitted accessory dwelling units or some language like that. Because if the board really doesn't care about separate groups in separate lawful units, then we could include a carve out for that. But it seems like the concern is more about maybe an unlawful unit, an unlawful division of the house, or sort of a haphazard, I've rented out the house, but this room has a separate door to the backyard, so I'm just gonna lock the door to the house and I'm gonna sleep in that room and use the back door type of situation. It's not really a separate unit, and yet it's being used by different groups at the same time.
And I don't think that's where we're headed about different groups. I think we're thinking more of a caretaker-owner type of thing. And I think we've been kind of clear in the past, we're not fans of the lock-off thing, that we wanted one group there. But if it is a large home, and I want to stick with us being in tier 2, not tier 3, and there is something over the garage, or I don't know, where they're not using the common space of your guests, then maybe that's where the carve-out needs to be. That, but I'm going to kind of throw a fly in this ointment if nobody minds, because my idea on tier 2 is a little different than B, the way it reads. I would like to see tier 2s, and don't anyone scream yet, because reduced to 8 occupancy. Because in looking at the information that was provided to us in our packet, your tipping point is between 8 and 10 people where there's problems with noise and parking and that kind of thing. But I'd like to go one step further on that, where you have tier 2 up to 8 occupancy, tier 2 up to 10 occupancy that requires a property manager for out-of-state owners, noise monitors, perhaps an increased insurance, and advanced vetting by the staff, but not required to come before the VHR advisory board. And that was a lot, I know, but kind of splitting up the tier 2s so that if you're going to have more than 8 people, you have to have a property manager that's local. And maybe that could relieve some of the pressure on that where you go from 8 to 10. But again, I did a little homework yesterday with the help of Ernie on how many there are in that bracket, and there's 138 of them. We don't want to hear 138 special use permits. And I don't think it's necessary because the vetting process by the county now is very intense. And if we just added a few things to from 8 to 10, you know, maybe it would create fewer problems with the residents and the complaints that come in to code enforcement. And again, just my maybe harebrained idea, but that's my thought on tier 2s.
Just to fire for the record, I guess I had a little different mechanism because I did see the same thing. And it's not really, if you look at the graphs, 10 is a huge problem, 8 is a problem not so huge, and 6 is a problem not so big as 6. The code, in the preamble of the code, it says that the VHR should look like the neighborhoods. We never, seldom is a 4-bedroom home occupied by 10 people in the regular operation of a living quarters. And 6 bedrooms rarely have 8 people in them. I'm sorry, a 4-bedroom rarely has, you know, that. And so I think the occupancy should be looked at. I guess I was looking at a different place, and maybe I was thinking about keeping the tiers the same, but reducing the number of occupants to 1 per bedroom plus 2. And so a 4-bedroom home would get 6. And to get up to a 10, you'd have to have a, what would that be, a 6-bedroom home. And so that was my way of handling that. But you're exactly, I agree with the sentiment. 10 are significant problems. If you look at 6, 8, and 10, there are roughly the same number of permits for 6, 8, and 10. When you look at it, the 10 is a significant issue, and so that's why I think occupancy matters. And I think if you're a neighbor and you live beside a 4-bedroom house, the only way you'd ever get 10 people in there is a VHR, and it's 10 people every weekend. And so that's why I thought it was the calculation of the occupancy more than the bedrooms themselves, or than the tiers. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, I hear what you're saying, Keith. You know, the only reason I brought it up under tiers was because it said units with 10 occupants. And we can visit this under the occupancy portion of this as we move forward. So maybe we just have some food for thought under occupancy for now. If every, Lauren? Oh.
So where simplicity makes sense so what you were proposing really kind of threw me for a loop. And so I'm not sure, to me, the simple thing is we realize that 10 is a huge problem. And one of our problems we need to do is fix the problems. I mean, within the neighborhood, we all know the issues and the concerns and the problems that happen and the disruptions. And in order to all get along and have them and continue to have them, we need to fix this issue. So we realize, and it's amazing, the data is so clear that 10 is a problem. To me, you make it simple. You make tier 2s 8, and you make tier 3s 10. And I understand what you're saying. You don't want to have 168 additional. I don't either. But you also have to realize how many people have self-lowered. I mean, you realize we were thinking we were going to be inundated with tier 3s, and all of a sudden it was like, oh, we don't. We had people that self-lowered because we lowered the amount. They don't take 12 anymore, they take 10. And the same thing could happen here, where people are like, I don't want to go through the tier 3s. And then my other part is, I don't think that the tier 3s, the tier 2s that are now 10s, qualify to be tier 3s. So I don't think we're going to be creating a problem where we're going to see 168 applications for tier 3s.
Okay, I think it was 138.
Or
but
whatever,
yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I could just chime in, AJ Hames for the record. Just as a reminder, as we get into occupancy discussions, previously that was a point of contention in the lawsuit that was filed against the county. When the county did try to restrict occupancy, the courts were very concerned with having a good basis for those reductions. And so I'm not making any recommendations, just to bear that in mind. Remind the board, for example, that parking itself was found by the court to not be a legitimate reason to reduce occupancy. And so if we're starting to reduce occupancy to a point that seems below the usable space of a building and doesn't seem to relate to, safety or things of that nature, we could be getting into a situation where our code might face some legal challenges.
But Keith Fox, the record, and AJ, thanks for that. And I was thinking about the exact same thing. I guess my view was when the county commissioners had a couple of meetings about this topic, there was a lot of speculation. And we do know that the noise, the trash, the parking is driven by occupancy. And I think that's where they stopped. They had a general view that 12 creates more noise, parking, and trash than 10. That creates more. 10 creates more than 8. 8 creates more than 6. Now we have complaint data which shows that 10 has a significantly more noise complaints than 8, and 8 significantly more than 6. And so before we are frightened at the potential for a challenge, and the county commissioners, I'm sure, will be briefed by the legal counsel. They don't have to accept our proposal, but I believe going into court saying we've run this program under the agreed settlement with the parties, and we have.
Uh-oh. I think he's still talking. I can see movement.
Oh, Keith?
Keith, I think your microphone cut out.
I'm sorry, I guess my ear hit the mute button.
We can hear you now.
I don't know how far to go back, but I believe we have data now that the county commissioners did not have. The county commissioners are free to take legal counsel, but if we believe that there's something about occupancy, I believe we ought to propose it. the county commissioners can receive legal counsel, but I believe the analysis of the complaint data puts us in a better position to defend why occupancy is what it is. I mean, I remember that, we had the 2 per bedroom and the settlement was 2 per bedroom plus 2. We're now seeing that 10 is a problem. And again, it is, these things are supposed to blend in, and I don't know what census data shows, but I guarantee you there are not many 4-bedroom houses with 10 permanent occupants. And that's what we have now. They don't blend in, and 10 occupants cause more noise. And it is apparent from the complaint data. And so I believe that complaint data is the trigger for us to go in and change this. And again, I appreciate your counsel. The county commissioners will also have, legal advice, but I believe it's sufficient to come in and look at this again, even though it was subject to the litigation, and even though there was a settlement. I believe we're in a different position, which was the idea, right? We wanted to run the program. We wanted to be a little bit more precise. We wanted to get more data. We have that now, and I think that is why we should act now.
Thank you, Keith. Lauren?
Lauren Remain for the record.
Processing everything.
AJ, is your question what Keith brought up, just for clarification, about lowering the occupancy 1 per bedroom to whatever his formula was, or was it just the fact of lowering tier 2 to 8?
I just wanted this board, I wasn't recommending anything specific. I just wanted the board to keep in mind that, if you have a 10-bedroom house and you're recommending that their occupancy can never exceed 8, or I don't know.
Right.
At some point it becomes unreasonable, and you are restricting the use of that house to a degree that really makes no sense. And so, there are 10 and 12 bedroom houses in the Tahoe area, and so I just wanted the board to be aware. I'm not making any specific recommendations. I just wanted the board to keep all that in mind. Keith's points are good. We do have more data now. We have rationale that we can use to justify things. I'm just reminding the board to keep that in mind when we make a decision.
And then keep up the record. Again, we appreciate your counsel, and you're exactly right. And I've been working on a formula forever, and I can't come up with one, because when you look at how an architect designs a house, 4-bedroom houses, the architect did not think about 10 people living there. Now, if they build a 10-person house, you're not talking about a single-family house anymore. That architect designed that as a house to host. So maybe it is not a strict formula, 1 per bedroom plus 2. Maybe it is, maybe we have to go in and say a 2-bedroom house is 4. And a 3-bedroom house may be 6. Maybe a 4-bedroom house can be 8. But then a 5-bedroom house, I think we could, get a little bit more precise. And I do agree that a 10-bedroom house was not designed to have 12 occupants. It was designed for a different purpose. But my view is that when an architect designed a 2-bedroom house, they weren't thinking of 6 people. When they designed a 4-bedroom house, they weren't thinking of 10. They were thinking of, 1 child per bedroom plus 2 in there, and I'm already over that with my 1 per bedroom plus 1. And maybe we could say up until 4 bedrooms. It's 1 per bedroom plus 2 up until 4 bedrooms, and then it goes to 2 per bedroom. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that knowledge that architects building significantly large houses aren't thinking of a single-family house anymore. They're thinking of this as lodging, short-term lodging. They're also not expecting 20 people to live there every time, so they're going to design it more. The whole layout of the house changes. Your common areas become significant inside and out. It's just taking something that was meant to be 4-bedroom for a family was not intended to be 10 people occupying it. and you want the extra data. So I'm throwing out 1 per bedroom plus 1. I can have a cap on that. I'm trying to make the numbers work in my brain. But that's where I got to one per bedroom plus 1. And then we can have over a certain amount of bedrooms. It's fundamentally it's fundamentally not a residence anymore. It is a gathering spot, and we can go more on those than we do the smaller ones. But my concern is the 3 and 4 bedrooms were not meant to be 2 per bedroom plus 2 when the architect designed it, and they don't blend with the surrounding houses.
Thank you, Keith. And I think with that settlement, there was a time frame where the commissioners could make a change. Should we make a recommendation on that?
We're with AJ Haynes for the record. We're outside that time frame. We can and this board was never really beholden to the time frame. So the board can recommend whatever you want. It just has to have a rational basis.
Mm-hmm.
We have data now that we didn't have before. We can use that, but we also have to just keep in mind the different types of residences and houses that we have at the lake.
Right, and anything with 10 bedrooms would be a tier 3. I would think that would come to us. If they're a 10-bedroom house and at the current levels they wanted 10 people, then that would be a different situation. In keeping with where we're at on tier 2, we were looking at definitions. I know we've gotten off on occupancy because they kind of all mesh together. No offense, Keith, I don't love 1 per bedroom. That just kind of, it doesn't feel right to me, but maybe as time goes along.
Well, sorry, Nikki, just remember it's not 1 per bedroom. It's 1 per bedroom plus 2.
Plus 2, okay.
Yeah, so a 3-bedroom is 5.
Yes. In looking
A
at,
4-bedroom is 6.
right, no, I'm with you, I get it.
Okay, yeah, so it's
yeah.
not 1 per bedroom plus 2.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get those, at least 1 bedroom is going to have 2 people in it. And that is basically what you're doing is 1 per bedroom, but 2 of the bedrooms have 2 people in them.
Right, I know your motivation is to reduce occupancy. I think
Okay.
that's all of our motivations, and we're all coming at it from different directions. I would like to, let me go back over here on, I guess we all like our own plans. Tier 2, Patty, your comments have been just basically about the owner or a caretaker being on premises and finding verbiage for that, if I recall.
Yes.
Lauren, you want to keep tier 2s up to 10?
No?
Okay. I'm looking at the definition and where we want to
Okay.
go with these conversations.
So maybe I can try. This is Ernie's trailer for the record. So just want us to think about the time that went into tier 3 reviews, right? I know that you made a comment earlier about that. So right now, when you guys were reviewing 4 a month, or this 4 month, on tier 3s, we were taking 5 to 6 hours once a month to review those. You're going to add 138 to that pile just for a 10 occupancy if you decide to hear these things. And I'm not sure what you're going to change on that. I'm not sure how you're going to get through 138. Now, you may have some 10 occupancies move to 8s. I don't know what will happen. But even if it was in half, you guys would have to probably have 3 meetings a month all year long. So I just want you to think about the volume of work that's involved in this.
Lauren remained for the record, so the solution is to codify our belief about tier 3s, where they belong, and what the requirements for them to be tier 3s would be. And I'm gonna throw out the suggestion that we make it that no building, no other residence can be within 100 feet of a tier 3. And if you do that, you're gonna find that many of those do not even qualify. So you don't even have to, and how many of those did we turn down? I know I know.
But you still hear them, and so.
I did, and it-
And the amount of staff work that goes into making a
I got
packet,
it.
that's why the rates went up.
Right,
And so we would have to hire an exponentially a large amount of people to do this.
a lot.
So, and I don't think that the problem will go away for 10 occupancy.
And then that is why my suggestion was if you were over 8, it became at the discretion of the director to add some additional requirements, and then that decision's made by staff versus coming to us with 138 of them. But they would have to have maybe higher insurance, maybe require them to have a local property manager. You know, some of the things, a lot of the problems I think with the TINs, and Heidi, you can probably attest to this, are the ones that are self-managed. They're the problems that we need to be addressing without telling everybody that has even a 4-person unit they have to have a property manager. If we could just carve out something that, you know, we've got a great staff now, we're fully staffed, and their underbelly is really extensive with the work they're doing, only because I've seen it now. And I would encourage all of you to visit Ernie's office and look at what's going on, because, and I think you said that was okay, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth on the record here, but that takes a lot of the burden off of us, because we should be dealing with tier 3s. We should be dealing with down the road more code changes after we get the low-hanging fruit taken care of. And let this program run for a year with the staff that we have, and then go back in for the second bite at the apple, and let's look where the problems are, and we'd have another year of complaint history and that kind of thing. Lauren?
My brain hurts. Lauren Romaine, for the record. It just seems like, first of all, let me say this. I do not want to add more to staff. I don't want to add more to staff with paperwork issues. I want staff out there enforcing. Seriously, I do. And I don't want that. But what we're also realizing that with this graph and with the statistics is that 10 is a problem. And I don't see any reason to not face that problem and say it is a problem. It's not going to be added this, that, and the other thing. Have the staff take a look at it. Just don't come to us. It's like we're taking the real problem and we're kind of like going with it, versus either we deal with it, we bring it here, we deal with it, we talk about it, we make sure that it's going well, or we eliminate it. And where I look at tier 2s as 8. And I think Keith has a really important thing that is brought up that has always been, and it's the first part of this whole thing, is that they need to reflect the neighborhoods. And we do now have this 2 per bedroom plus 2. And 2 per bedroom plus 2 in any place does not reflect any residential place except for maybe on Christmas, Thanksgiving, and 4th of July.
But those are the things we can change, the +2. Ernie, I think you had a comment to make. Oh, I thought I heard you mumbling.
He was mumbling.
You can hear me mumbling.
Okay, so I'm very concerned that, to me, what I'm proposing is very strict. It is very straightforward, but to me, it cuts where we've got to cut because of the problems we've got. And I'm not seeing where, when we add, like we say 8 is this, but 10 has to have, we're making it harder for, I'm not exactly sure what purpose.
If we have to hear 138, let's say, or some number, then everybody's permit fees go up exponentially, because we have to meet 3 times. There's not one board in this county that meets 3 or 4 times a month that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry, but if we're kind of having a back and forth here, but
Yeah.
I kind of need to
Lauren,
get us
go
moving
ahead.
on this. So Lauren Romaine for the record. I can look at three tier 10-person places in my neighborhood right now. That if you put in the thing that you cannot be within 100 feet of another residential unit in order to be a tier 3 and over 8 people, they would not qualify. Those are not coming. I mean, I'd like to see the numbers on how many of those tier 2s right now that would become tier 3s are out there in that 5-acre wood. So I think we're worried about something that I don't think is going to become a problem. I mean, like I'm saying, I've got 3 right now in mine that would not qualify. And if you say to them, you have to, your first qualification to come to this board has to be that you must be outside of 100 feet from any other residential, they're not going to qualify. So we're kind of arguing something we don't know. I mean, I know we've got the numbers to how many, 138, got it. I don't want them here either, okay? I'm not there either. But I want to fix this problem of 10 being a problem. And that's where I'm trying to propose that we just cut it off at 8 because we know that 8 doesn't even reflect what a residential area is either.
And how do we
but it's better.
justify the 10 or 11 tier 3s that we've already approved in perpetuity that aren't 100 feet from each other? And I'm sure there's some, because there's only a few that I can recall that were sitting out there on islands. I'm not sure how that would look with them being, I don't know, it just seems a little unfair, a little onerous. And again, I'm just speaking for me.
Lauren Romaine for the record. I got it, and I'd have to think about it a little bit on it, but I think this board did a really good job of holding true to tier 3s. I think we got a little bit off because we were kind of like, it was kind of like sufficient, whatever. But I think we really did, through this process, hone in on what a tier 3 should look like. I think we need to codify it, to be able to then make it a true program and stop people coming in that, I mean, how many did we turn down last year?
Most.
Right, and so therefore they should never have come to us if we could put in the code what actually eliminates them from being in this process.
Madam Chair, can I interject?
Yes, please.
Is it that the recommended change, is it that the tier 3 threshold be dropped to 8 or more than 8? Or is the recommended change that we add additional requirements to tier 3, such as distance requirements to other VHRs?
Lauren Romaine for the record, both.
That's
Okay,
what
so
I
it's
understood.
twofold. Your recommendation is first that tier 3s be 9 or more, and then 2, the tier 3s must be more than 100 feet from any other VHR. Okay.
And the tier 2s would be up to 8 occupants. That would be a change in the definition.
Tier 2, right, so
Yeah.
tier 2s would be up to 8.
Yeah.
Anything more than 8 would be a tier 3,
Mhm.
is what you're recommending. And then, in addition, tier 3s, which would be part of section 11, or excuse me, F,
Number,
would be added as presumably another condition of a special use permit for a tier 3, but it would be the 100 feet away from any other VHR.
You know, sorry, Keith Fire for the record, there is some logic here, and you know, I don't want to get too programmatic or too mathematical, but you know, if we just drop the +2, and so a 4-bedroom has 8, a 5-bedroom has 10. 5-bedroom houses are not that common. 4-bedroom houses are more common, and a 5-bedroom house. And again, we said a 10-bedroom house is obviously designed for something. And so having a 5-bedroom house at 10 be a tier 3 makes some sense. And if we did put if we codify the 100-foot rule, that would solve a lot. I think that would work. Because again, then you're basically saying you're either 8, which, again, cuts off those 10s, which are significant problems, or you're 100 feet. And if you're not within 100 feet, then you're stuck at 8. So I think that logic could work. So it's 2 per bedroom, and then 8, and then more than 8 is tier 3, which means you have to be a 5-bedroom. And then if you're a 5-bedroom and you're less than 100 feet, you're stuck at 8. If you're a 5-bedroom and you're more than 100 feet, you probably ought to be a tier 3. So, and maybe that's a workable presumption. And by the way, we could have that a 10-bedroom, the permit approval could change. More than 10, we could have the VHR task force, and for 10, the county could issue those tier 3s if they're more than 100 feet without approval by the VHR task force.
AJ Haynes for the regular. Just to clarify, is the recommendation that tier 3s be 100 feet away from all other VHRs, or that they be 100 feet away from anyone?
I don't honestly care if they're, Michael, we've gone around this in my brain. To me, it's 100 feet from anyone. If we had one area that was 100% VHRs, I think the majority of people would be happy. If we had a zone, a tourist zone that we could pack with all VHRs and still get all the benefits of tourism, but they're not bothering anybody. I don't think that'd be a problem at all. I think it's 100 feet from other people, not 100 feet from other VHRs.
County
Thank
Grout,
you.
for the record, I just have a really hard time with 100 feet from anybody, because you would basically eliminate all the tier 3s, almost 100%. What about up at, like Heavenly area, where there's like condominiums and the houses, and you have to look at Tahoe, you do not have 100 feet in between most homes. So I don't see how that can work. I think what the board has done with the tier 3s, looking at them as individual, because we had the one tier 3 that was on 3 acres, but there was so many neighbors that complained about it. He was 100 feet, and then we have other tier 3s that have a property manager that don't have any complaints on it, and they have a neighbor 40 feet. So I don't see how the 100 feet would work, and I don't think it's fair to penalize the tier 3s that are within 100 feet of each other on their units. I think the board has done a really good job looking at the tier 3s, looking at the complaints and all of that. I don't agree with Keith with 1 person per bedroom. You look at these VHRs, the tier 2s, especially, it's mostly family with kids. And they're coming up for a family vacation. They have like 2 couples, and they bring 4 kids with them, if they have 2 kids. And it's like, maybe make the tier 2s down to 8 and tier 3s, 9 and above, and change that where they get regulated, or use Mixie's suggestion that on the tier 2, if it's 9 to 10 occupants in there, they need the property manager, they need the noise monitors, and then they don't have to come and go through the tier 3 process. We're just asking that, okay, if you're gonna have these extra occupants where we're getting more complaints, you need to comply with a couple extra things. We don't need to hear, the board doesn't need to hear it, and it's up to the tier 2 permit holders who want it to provide the county with additional information.
Thank you, Patty. Lauren?
Okay, so I'm sorry you went through so many different things. I'm going to throw out a few other things to try and fix this. I agree with you that I think Tahoe Village is a tourist area. I think if we can designate Tahoe Village as a tourist area, if we can get confirmation that that's the way people feel there, they've got timeshares, they've got so many different things that is not a normal residential area, that in that area, you could basically say, I don't care how many VHRs you have, and I don't care how many tier 3s you have, it doesn't matter, okay? So in that respect, I agree with you, there are places where I think we could allow that stuff to happen. But I think what we're trying to do is protect our residential neighborhoods and the people that live there full time. The other thing with the +2, I have a really hard time with the +2. Because if you really think about it, and what I try to do when I'm thinking about these solutions is actually think about what does a residential area look like. And Keith brought it up today. A residential area or a residential home does not look like 2 per bedroom +2. What could make it look more like a residential area is 2 per bedroom +2 under 18. Because what do we truly want to do here? We want to foster families, not party houses, not 25-year-olds throwing parties and everyone's sleeping on a chair, thank you, on a couch and a whatever. We want to foster families who are coming here to enjoy our beautiful area. So to me, it would make sense and would curb this issue if you made it the +2 is 18 and under, because you're talking families. So you want to bring a family and you want your kids to sleep on 2 couches, that's great. I mean, that is more of what we're after. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And I agree that the +2 is a problem. I think that the +2 could very easily be fixed by making them minor children of the occupants. But I think we're off
No, we're not.
track here. I mean, we've kind of melded tier 2s and tier 3s together. At this point, do you think we need to put our tier 2s on the parking lot, move to tier 3s, and let everybody kind of,
Well, Madam Chair, if I may, I would just note that I think that might be a good idea. Just listening in, I don't, there's a lot of ideas, seems like there's consensus around reducing occupancy and addressing the problems associated with 10-person occupancy units. But beyond that, I haven't heard a lot of consensus on how to do that.
Right.
I will note that the Board of County Commissioners wants to address the code, I think in March. It's kind of their time frame. And so some of these issues are important, but if we can't build consensus in the next month or two, maybe there's no need to force it. We can put things on our list, talk about them later, and at this, keep going through though and try to find those things where there is some consensus so that we can submit those recommendations in a timely manner.
yeah, I agree.
Just to keep off the record. So, AJ, I hear that, and I think back saying, let's not do something that we don't think is going to solve the issue. So, I don't know if you meant to delay this beyond this round of changes or just not at this meeting, because, there's a bunch of different ways and we haven't thought through, I think some have said, well, if we all of a sudden make 8 a tier 3, we're going to have a hard time. Well, perhaps, or maybe we have subcommittees that hear 2 tier 3 applications for 10. And if 2 or 3 of us meet, but not all 5, and perhaps we can have more meetings then. I would not like to do that, but let's not have, well, we're going to be overwhelmed with tier 3 discussions. Let's not fear a problem. If 10 is the right level to be a tier 3, because of that we're seeing that because of the number of complaints, then let's not go away an idea because it's hard to administer. Let's think of a better way to administer it. Because, again, coming back, instead of one per bedroom +2, 2 per bedroom makes some sense. There aren't many 5-bedroom houses. I don't know, and I don't know if Ernie knows off the top of his head, when you look at the 10, how many of those are 4 bedrooms, which are 4 +2, and how many of those are 5 bedrooms that didn't receive tier 3 permits or are just doing it. So, I don't know what that number is. Of those 10, how many of those are 4 bedrooms? And if we went to 2 bedrooms, all of a sudden those shift to 8. We're not hearing them as tier 3s. So Ernie, any idea of the 10 occupancy permits? Do we know how many of those are 4 bedrooms, 4 plus 2, and how many of those are 5 bedrooms that decided not to go for a tier 3?
Yeah, I can, I have an idea. This is Ernie Strelo for the record. It's probably about 75% are 4
Yeah.
bedrooms with the plus 2.
Yeah. So I guess just to try to attempt to reach a consensus in this meeting, then we're going to have a conversation about the whole code at one time. If we went 2 per bedroom and cut off the 2, then 4 bedrooms are now 8. That takes them out of the 10. And then we could or could not lower the tier 3. I would just assume keep tier 3 above 10. But then 75% of those 75% of the 10 occupants are going to be dropped to 8. And, and a significant number, by the way, and it's not just 10. If you look at the numbers, it's a significant jump between 4 to 6, 6 to 8, 8 to 10. You're shifting all of those complaints down. So I think just going to 2 per bedroom, not the plus 2, makes some rational sense, and the whole code may work. But, and again, we can discuss this again later if we want to move on to get through the whole code. So I'll be quiet now.
So as I understand that, Madam Chair and Keith, you're just proposing sort of compromising and simplifying your recommendation, keeping tier 3s at 11 or more, but eliminating the plus 2 provision that's currently available to tier 2s, such that occupancy is now just based on 2 per bedroom.
Correct.
And then we would attempt to see if that would resolve the issues with the 10-person occupancies, because we've identified 10% occupancy as the problem, and Ernie has identified that 75% of those, roughly, are using that plus 2 provision. So by taking that away, maybe we solve the problem.
Correct.
Okay.
I like that. I really want to make this code simple. And I think all along, part of the conversation has been to drop that plus 2 that was, and I'm not sure about you, Patty, but I think I've heard it from you, Lauren, but that's under occupancy, that's under another section, correct?
It's further down.
Okay. So let's move on to tier 3s with the, well, I'll turn it to you, AJ, with the definition here. That's on page 27C at the top, 10C.
So tier 3s, the recommendations here are taken from past meetings. First, that the tier 3s would be 11 occupants located on property that cannot be occupied by the owner at any time when the unit is rented as a VHR. We've already discussed that concept, but that's the same as what was included on the tier 2 change. Further, we'd be changing the language that it states, and which requires a VHR special use permit granted by the VHR Advisory Board. That's just sort of a clarification. It was a little unclear for it to say a VHR special use permit development application. The suggestion being that if you file the application, you can receive a tier 3 instead of being granted one by the board. And that is sort of what the following changes are also related to, was this concept that you cannot just apply for and receive a tier 3, you need to go through a vetting process that includes board review. So the following new sentence says a unit is eligible for a tier 3 special use permit only after it's been operated by the owner as a tier 2 VHR unit in good standing for at least 12 months. And that was a recommendation that this board had previously suggested. So not only would a person have to obtain approval by the board, they would also have to have a permit for 12 months and exercise that permit in a way that's acceptable for a period of 12 months. Section 11 that's proposed here just describes the procedure that would be associated with that 12-month review. So the process to apply for a tier 3 special use permit is as follows. In section 11A, prior to the expiration of a tier 2 permit, but no sooner than 9 months after the tier 2 permit was first issued, the owner must complete a tier 3 special use permit application and pay the Tier 3 initial application fee. So if somebody obtains a Tier 2 permit in January, then in September, October, they would be allowed to, at that time, pay a Tier 3 application fee and file their application. B, pending review by the VHR Advisory Board, the unit can continue to operate as a Tier 2 VHR. The review by the VHR Advisory Board must occur within 180 days after the Tier 3 special use permit application is filed, but no sooner than 12 months after the Tier 2 permit was first issued. So what that says is if you've applied, or you've obtained your Tier 2 permit in January, you apply, let's say, in October for your Tier 3 permit, then this board must conduct a review within 180 days of the application, but no sooner than 12 months. So if I applied for a Tier 3 in October, the board can't actually hear my application in November. They would have to wait until January when I've completed a full 12-month cycle. But it's still, and then the maximum end is that 180 days. So the minimum is 12 months, the maximum is 180 days after I've completed my Tier 3 application.
So why the 180 days? Is that consistent to what we were doing before?
Yes.
So
And
that was being done before though, because we were creating tiers.
And it builds in about a 3-month buffer. So if somebody's really on the ball, they obtain their Tier 2 permit, and then they 9 months later apply for a Tier 3 permit, this board couldn't actually hear that application until the full 12-month cycle has passed. The 180 days would give 3 months, basically, after the 12-month period to hear the Tier 3 application, if that makes sense. So if I applied in January, obtained my Tier 2 in January, in September, right at the 9-month mark, I file my application for a Tier 3, then I gotta wait at least until January, and then I'm now eligible for a hearing, and that hearing has to be within 180 days of my original application, which would have been submitted 3 months before my hearing date, so then I would have until March, basically, to have my hearing. So it just, and I would assume that in most cases, the hearing would occur well within that 180-day time period. But it just allows a little bit of a buffer in case there's a large number of permits, in one given month. You could push it back a month or two. Section C, if the VHR Advisory Board grants the Tier 3 special use permit, the unit can operate as a Tier 3 VHR with occupancy limits and other conditions determined by the VHR Advisory Board consistent with this chapter. So my review that occurs in January, a year after I received my Tier 2 permit, this board has the authority to grant that Tier 3 and put any conditions on my Tier 3 permit. The Tier 3 special use permit is valid for 1 calendar year after it is granted by the advisory board and may be renewed as set forth in another subsection without VHR Advisory Board approval. That's consistent with the current practice. It's just spelled out more expressly now in the code, unless the Tier 3 special use permit was conditioned otherwise. So if I receive a 1-year conditional, then I would have to come back for a second review the following January. So these are already, the latter portion of subsection C, in practice, that's what is already done. So it's just, the recommendation here is that that's added to the code just to make that clear to applicants that that's the process. And then D there, if the advisory board denies the Tier 3 special use permit, the unit must continue to operate as a Tier 2 VHR, and the Tier 2 VHR permit is valid for 1 calendar year after the special use permit is denied by the advisory board, and it may be renewed as set forth in a separate subsection. So basically, if my Tier 3 hearing is delayed, I have to pay a Tier 3, it's sort of a trade-off. I have to pay a higher renewal fee in order to even apply for a Tier 3. It's significantly higher than a Tier 2 renewal fee. And it may be that my application is denied, so we're not going to return the application fee, but the benefit to the applicant is if I was eligible for renewal in January, but my hearing occurred in March, my new renewal date becomes March. So I had to pay a higher fee. I didn't get my fee reimbursed when my application was denied, but at least I got 2 months out of it. Is kind of the concept there that we were trying to put into the code. So all of those are related, which is why I wanted to address them all at once. Those are the concepts as I understood them from this board at prior meetings, and that's why they are written as they are. But I'll give it back to the chair for further discussion.
Thank you. Lauren?
Lauren Roman for the record, thank you, Madam Chair. D, AJ, the wording to me is a little strange, but the unit must continue to operate. Can you make that a may? Because what if the person decides not to operate it at all? I guess it just seems like, you know what I'm saying? They may decide to do something else. And it just seems like with the must, it sounds like you have to operate it as a tier 2.
That would be fine. That wouldn't conceptually, yeah.
That's good.
Patty Graf for the record. I agree with Lauren, and I like how this is written. I don't see any other changes that I would want to make to it.
Okay. Keith?
I guess I'm a little concerned, I'm always trying to figure out how people game the system. If you really want a tier 3, you buy something, you pseudo-operate it as a tier 2, you don't ever rent it, which again, I guess is pretty significant cost, I guess that's the link. Because that's the difference between the must and the may. I generally like the may, and throughout here I've changed a lot of must to may. My concern is here that, if they're gonna get a tier 3, they've got to really operate it as if they're going to operate in tier 3, so I'm okay with the may.
Oh, well, code requires you to not just hold your permit. You must operate.
Yeah, but you can rent it one weekend to stay within code.
Right, well, so could anybody, I guess, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, you could rent it to 2 people one weekend and not have a complaint in 12 months.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could just add that
This is a quiet neighborhood for years.
the code would still allow Ernie and his team to take action. So if somebody wanted to buy a multi-million-dollar property and then not rent it out for a year so that they could get a tier 3 permit, anticipating that there would be complaints, they would get their tier 3 permit, but there would still be complaints. And if there are complaints, they would still get fined and or revoked. So ultimately, I don't know that that's a huge issue.
Okay, yeah, so I think we have started, I'm a lot more comfortable with that now because I think we have started pulling people's permits, so I'm okay with that.
I have a question. Again, I'm going to blur the lines between occupancy and definitions, but I've heard on multiple occasions where it's been suggested that there is a maximum number of occupants in a tier 3. Whether that number is 16 or 20 or whatever it is. Is that something anybody wants to explore
Madam
under
Chair,
the definition?
Sorry,
Oh,
just
go ahead.
yeah. I just would jump in that I think the appropriate place would be in
Occupants.
subsection 10C.
Okay.
Units with 11 occupants or more. The most logical place within the code to add a maximum would be right there.
Where we are.
Units with 11 occupants or more with a maximum occupancy of
Right.
X.
Okay,
whatever.
well then I brought it up at the right time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how anyone feels. I'm not 100% sure how I feel. But I think that when we have approved 22 people, there's been a few snickers out there about it. And afterwards, when you think about it, you go, wow, that's a lot of people. Is that something anyone wants to explore, or is it on anybody's radar? Lauren?
Lauren Romaine for the record. So it all depends to me, because it's interesting, the one that had 22, there were no complaints, correct?
Right.
And that goes back to Tahoe Village, and that goes back to that neighborhood where that seems to be the tourist area where people are okay with it. So if you want to eliminate it out of Tahoe Village, I'm having a hard time. But if we are seriously talking about designating Tahoe Village a tourist area, which to me it is, but I'd like to hear from those folks and give them an opportunity to speak about it, then I'm okay. Because when you talk about a residential area, whether it's multifamily or single family, because we're all wanting to live in our residences, and then you talk about a huge amount, that yes, I think that doesn't reflect the neighborhood. But if we are making provisions for a tourist area, which I think we have at least one in Douglas County, then I would look at, then I could entertain it.
Okay, well then let's leave it be for now, and if we do have a tourist area that we have identified, they could be exempted from various portions of the code review recommendations we've made. Did you want to go on, does anyone want to break now?
So this, so tier 2, you want me to add to the
I
to the
do.
board, right?
I do.
Okay.
Just for a little, I'd like to discuss it when we have a full board here, because
You have a full board.
well, I mean, when Michael's here, full 5 members, but we haven't come to consensus with the 4 of us. Pardon me. So, unless we can come back to it today and everybody,
Can you put, I'm sorry, Lauren, can you put occupancy there? Isn't that what we're talking about with
Yeah.
tier 2? It's slash like occupancy of tier 2.
because I think we can't really make this determination until we know how many 5-bedroom units are out there. So how many more tier 3s would we have to look at should we choose to put it at 8 and eliminate the +2, or make the +2 minor children, or whatever is decided. Now, does anyone want to break, or do you want to continue with tier 3? We would be on F, on page 28.
5 minutes?
5 minutes? Fine with me.
I could use a break.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's take a break. We'll come back at F.
At what time, Madam Chair?
Oh, let's take,
Let's go 12:15.
yeah,
Madam Chair. Is
that's
that-
fine, 12:15.
You say quarter after?
Yeah, yes. We're going to start on page 28, F. AJ, did you want to go through the rest of this?
Sure. So, section F here in this section is the tier 3 permit conditions that this board looks for during the tier 3 reviews. There is no recommended change to sections 1 or 2. Section 3 was the parking requirement, and the current code just reads that the number of parking spaces available on site for more than 10 persons is deemed adequate by the VHR Advisory Board and consistent with this chapter. The board has sometimes struggled with determining whether parking is adequate, and so Member Byer had put together a recommended change, and that's included further down, let's see, in the current packet, it's
41.
It's page 41, it's Exhibit A in both this packet and last month's packet. So the first proposal included in Exhibit A is that which was submitted by Member Byer. That describes sort of a 4-step approach to determining parking. First, if there's parking spaces on the owner's property, then the number of permitted spaces is determined based on the size of the parking area consistent with county code. Second, if parking spaces are not located on the owner's property, but the property is located within an HOA that assigns designated parking spaces, then the number of permitted spaces is the number of designated parking spaces. Part 3 there, if parking spaces are not located on the owner's property, but the property is located within an HOA that provides parking spaces and has a permitting system for the use of those spaces, then the number of permitted spaces is the number of those spaces permitted by the HOA. And then 4, if the parking spaces are not located on the property is located within an HOA, but there's no assignment of spaces, no permitting system, then this was the formula. The number of permitted spaces will be calculated by dividing the total number of available spaces within the HOA by the total number of residential units within the HOA. So if there's 100 spots for 100 units, the number of spaces would be 1. If the available spaces within the HOA are uncovered, the calculations are reduced by 10% to account for snow storage. So in this example, where you have 1 spot, but they're all uncovered, now you have 0.9 of a spot. Unless proof exists that the snow is stored in another location that is not used for parking, a fractional calculation of 0.75 or greater shall be considered a full parking space. So in this example, although I have 0.9 of a parking space, since it is more than 0.75, it is considered a full parking space. So that's the formula that was proposed there. This board had also asked the county to come up with sort of a competing proposal on parking, and so that is option 2. The difference here is that instead of setting forth specific steps or specific formulas, it allows a bit more discretion. It says the amount of permitted parking spaces shall be determined based upon A, the size of any parking area located on the owner's property consistent with county code and other applicable regulations. So if you have a home and you've got an acre of parking, you have a lot of parking spaces. If you have a home and you have a tiny driveway and a single car garage, you probably have 1 parking space. And then B, other circumstances unique to the property and location, including but not limited to the following factors. And then those factors listed there are similar to those listed above in proposal number 1. Things that this board can consider. First being the number of available on-site parking spaces, and that would be interpreted as being on-site, not necessarily on the property, but on site and sort of on the grounds of if you have common area space or an HOA or something like that, such as it says common area parking spaces. 2, distances between available on-site spaces and the owner's property. So if there's 100 on-site spaces, but they're all on the opposite end of the neighborhood, this board could take that into account. 2, the distance between available on-site spaces. 3, the number and type of other properties also making use of the available on-site parking. So for example, if it's a condo and there are, multiple spaces out front, but they're all condos that are full-time occupied, that could be a consideration. The number of on-site parking spaces, if any, that have been designated or reserved for the owner. The number of on-site parking permits, if any, that have been issued, locations where such permits may be used, any history of parking violations, likelihood of available on-site parking will be impacted by seasonal conditions, including snow storage, and any additional factors. So this proposal sort of enumerates the factors that the board can consider, but doesn't necessarily provide the board with a specific formula to follow. So if the board wants to be given a formula, that's sort of option number one. Whereas if the board wants to be able to consider the factors, but not necessarily be stuck with the formula, just wants to be able to look at the unique circumstances of the property and then make a determination, that would be a reason to maybe support option number 2. And with that, I'll give it back to the chair.
Thank you, AJ. And thank you, Keith, for all the work you put into this. I think there's one word that we kind of agreed with Lauren, you and I, last time, where we used versus designated or reserved, we used like allocated, and you said that, I think you suggested that allocated spots was more accurate than designated or reserved or that kind of thing. Just wanted to bring that up because I remembered it from last time. Thoughts on the Exhibit A and B, Lauren?
So first of all, Lauren, remain for the record, AJ, there has been confusion, and I've brought it up before, about the definition of on-site. Is there a way that we can add that to definitions?
We could.
So that's clarity.
I think Ernie could speak to this, but I believe currently the code's interpreted by all county staff as on-site being like within the HOA, but not necessarily on the property. So if you live in, I'm trying to think of an example. If you lived in Tahoe Village, well, that's not a good example. If you lived in like
Pine Wild.
Pine Wild, that's better. On-site, the county currently interprets that to mean anywhere in Pine Wild, whereas not specifically on the property.
And ask me, or explain to me why Tahoe Village isn't a good example.
Just because conceptually I think it's easier for people to understand Pine Wild because Tahoe Village is more amorphous, at least in my mind.
But on-site, not really. Not the dimensions, but that it's more expansive.
Just for illustration purposes, I think
Okay.
Pine Wild, they all look the same, they all are clearly
Yep.
a development.
But would on-site mean anywhere within Tahoe Village?
Yes.
Okay, and see, not knowing after this long here, I think just a definition of what that is so that it's understandable, because for 10 years now that I've been here, my understanding of the county looked at on-site had to be on your property. And so, it'd be nice to just solidify that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on-site means within the HOA, basically. At least that's how it's been interpreted, absent
So
a definition.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Lauren, remain for the record. We talk about Summit Village, which makes sense because we have common area parking. But if you go down to a single family area, Upper Kingsbury, and you say on-site, is on-site Upper Kingsbury? So a single family home can have a parking spot that just seems like up over there? I mean, doesn't seem, in that instance, it doesn't seem like on-site works.
Is there an HOA for?
No.
Yeah,
That's
as
what
I
you-
understand it, on-site has been interpreted to mean basically HOA.
So- But where there's not HOAs, then
there's-
what does it mean?
Then on-site would be
In your driveway?
your driveway.
And I think we just need a definition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Ernie Strela for the record, to your question. Generally, like, generally, even in an HOA, we look at the parking on the property, right? And so if there's some HOA neighborhoods that have a small amount of public parking or guest parking, and we don't count that sometimes. So it depends on the HOA even. So if you look at Elks Point, for instance, they have a very limited amount of public parking there. So we look at each house as the parking spots on the property itself or in the ground. We don't add additional parking for public parking there. you know, in a bigger, like a Pine Wild, there's actually a calculation for that location. I think they have like 1.5 parking spots per unit there. So that's, you know, we'll work with the HOA on that based on their, so we'll give them 1 or 2 depending on what they're asking for. You know, so it's most of the time it's descriptive for the property itself. Your neighborhood, like Upper Kingsbury and those type of areas, where they don't have a garage or anything, you know, if there's no parking on the property, it's just shared parking, you know, you know, it's usually 2 at best, you know, that we would allocate to anything for parking for them, you know, for an HOA. If it's allowed in the HOA, it depends on the HOA bylaws.
Okay, because I was gonna say,
Yeah.
our bylaws are
Yeah.
clear, you have 2 parking
If the
spots
bylaws are
per
very,
unit.
oh yeah, we go off of bylaws,
Yeah,
so.
okay. But my thing is that there's times, Lauren, run me for the record, you can get into this single family where you stay on site and it doesn't really, it's not the same thing. And so I just think there needs to be more some clarity there.
Yeah, we can do that.
So getting back to these proposals on parking,
Oh,
um,
sorry, I had another part on that.
okay, I just wanted to say one thing real quick. And
Keep fire for the record, and we were already down to the parking. I do have something back on too, so I want to go back there after this. Let's finish parking first. But here's what I'm trying to solve. If you remember at the joint advisory board VOCC meeting, I can't remember if it was Pine Wild or Marla Bay. Their HOA president basically stood up and said, you know, here's what's happening. We all have 1 assigned parking spot. And then we share, we have guest parking and we have other, you know, we have more parking spaces than 1 per unit. And although she didn't say it in just my words, people don't gather and come to Tahoe. They gather in Tahoe. And during peak weekends, their residents are unable to use any of those undesignated spaces because all of the rental units in there are having more than 1 car. And so I think we're actually permitting 2 in Pine Wild or Marla Bay. I can't remember what it was, which HOA president it was there. But basically the residents don't have access to any of those extra spots because the rentals are all bringing 2 cars, if not more. And so that's what I'm trying to accomplish with my my formula. And what my formula, you work through it. You know, they have 1 spot, and then the other 80% of the people can park their second car or park their guest car who don't have a VHR permit. And my concern with I'm okay with using judgment here. I just think the concepts in my proposal make sense. If you've got a designated spot that you can park in and nobody else is, that's what it is. If you don't have any designated, I understand, you know, every HOA is different, and they're policing it so that everybody has the right to park, whether you're a VHR permit holder or just a resident. And I hate the word use just a resident. You know, then that's okay, as long as everybody's having, you know, if everybody has adequate parking. It is these situations like Pine Wild where the parking is not adequate when all of the VHR permits bring multiple cars and are absorbing all of the extra spaces. As long as the county believes that their insight into these issues are sufficient, I'm okay with 3. I'm just concerned that is a very, very difficult thing to assess. Maybe maybe interviewing the HOA presidents would get you that information. But that's where I kept coming back to that formula I proposed, because I think that does protect the residents and gives them the access to the guest parking spaces, which are not there today.
Okay, thanks, Keith. That was Pine Wild. And they do have about 1.5 spots per unit in their parking area. Lauren?
And I'm sorry, Lauren, run me for the record, I didn't, I would need to look at that, the definitions that Keith has, and this is where I'm having a problem with this is, our current people that are working for us are on board, they understand the issues, I'm very happy about that, that's great. My question comes in is what happens 10 years from now? And so one side of me says, let's just say, you know, like the second option, but then I just say, you know, this stops all that hemming and hawing about things, because the formula, I mean, I don't know how long it took Keith to put this together, but I mean, the formula does basically take, you know, here it is, this is what it is. And it stops all this hemming and hawing and this, then I think, and I that, and this judgment. And I have faith in the people that are here and sitting here today and are working, but my question comes in, what happens 10 years from now? And option one kind of fixes that, you know, I mean, here it is, but I'm not sure I'm on board with it.
I can say that when Tom Delaire explained parking in common areas in prior meetings, and Ernie, it may have even been prior to you being with our board, he said the county always considered in common area parking that there's 2 spots per unit, that's how they calculate things. And maybe this is wrong, but I'm good with whatever, you know, if that's what the county says, I don't want to fix it if it isn't broken. You know, I just always thought we could probably just go by that, but Pine Wild is a really good example of why you can't. So, you know, I'm a little ambivalent on which proposal to go with at this point.
Can we table it?
We can table it.
Or I don't know.
Patty, did you have any comments on?
I agree, Patty Graff for the record, I agree with you, Mickey, because we're almost trying to take what the county and other Douglas County and codes and permits and all of that and adjusting it to fit our needs. And I think that we should pretty much leave it as is, as to what Tom said, like 2 spots per unit with options as to each individual neighborhood, because there's so many different entities in Tahoe that there is ample parking for people, and then there's other areas that aren't. And I don't see how you can take everything that Tahoe has and put it in one package. And I don't think that we should start overriding what the county and different other codes that are there, but just give us the option to have options and just say that, you know, looking at this neighborhood, they don't have all the parking that another one does.
And then we let staff make those determinations
Let
as
the
they look
staff-
at them.
Yeah, let them,
And-
that's their job to make the determination.
Well, the other part of it is something, AJ, that you said earlier about the judge said that parking can't determine occupancy.
But not for
We're
tier
not talking
3s.
about that.
For
Oh,
tier,
for tier 3s
because a tier
only?
3 is a special use permit, and the
Okay.
county can attach whatever conditions we want to a special use, any reasonable condition, and so.
Okay, so this
Uh,
parking we're talking about is strictly tier 3.
This is within the section of tier 3 requirements. This board has to make
Got it.
certain findings to
Okay.
grant the tier 3, and one of the findings is adequate parking. And so the proposals are basically, option 1, here's a formula. Option 2, here are concepts to consider.
Okay,
And so it's just the board has to determine, are you more comfortable with the formula? Or do you want to just have a list of concepts to look at?
okay.
That's basically the conceptual difference between the 2 options.
Lauren?
And Lauren, remain for the record, I get that, what I'm seeing in the non-formula one is I'm not seeing HOA rules or HOA whatever, you know, allowances. And I'd hate to see the county have to go through my neighborhood and try and count parking spaces, because that would be very interesting. And so I don't want to get into that cumbersome part of it, so I'm kind of back and forth on
this is Ernie for the record, maybe this can help you. If you think about tier threes, Pine Wild doesn't have tier threes that I'm aware of, right? So if you're figuring out parking for tier three, that's not a good example, right? So we would have to look at tier threes like, like when you guys looked at Highway 50 and the Lob House, or a cul-de-sac that has 4 bedrooms that has 12 people, or 5 bedrooms that has 12 people, when we're looking at parking, we're looking most likely at a house, not a condo. So it's not in your, I don't think you have them in your neighborhood, maybe you do.
Tahoe Village.
Yeah, and this is Keith Barr for the record. Yeah, I can't remember exactly when I talked about this formula, but in my mind was not tier threes. It was
tier twos.
our regular tier twos.
Yeah.
To be blunt, it was the tier twos.
Yeah.
I don't know if we had any regulation about parking in tier twos, but that's what my more concern about is tier twos, not tier threes.
Yeah, we do have, we go measure on the tier twos, the renewals and the ones we're releasing from the wait list. We physically measure the property, the parking areas. 9 feet wide,
Yeah.
20 feet deep, 6 foot egress. If it doesn't matter, and it's just, that's how many cars you get based on what's available on the property.
So let's take Pine Wild, there are no tier threes, it's tier twos. You
But
can't measure, they've got 1.5 spots.
Pine-
How are we allocating Pine Wild parking when they have it's a tier 2? Are they given 2 parking passes?
Yes,
And then.
yes,
Yeah, so they're
yes.
given 2.
But that's
and
per their
then-
HOA, yes. Their HOA has told us that we can give 2, right? So if the problem, maybe you guys are alluding to is, if they have more than 2 cars parked in there, I don't know how to, I don't know. I mean.
Well, I took the Pine Wild HOA board, that they were not in favor of giving people 2 parking spaces
Wow.
For VHR, so I'm not sure where the disconnect is, but, that's the issue I was directly dealing with here.
Yeah.
I think with Pine Wild, they more wanted to control the number of rental units because it's exponential if there's
Right.
20%, 30% or whatever. And I think that's where because I was with you
Yeah,
earlier
you were
that
with me,
day,
yeah.
that we talked to them. And they were explaining parking being one of the biggest hurdles they have to overcome with a 20% density, or if it were to be raised even higher.
Yeah, because Mickey and I went there, Keith, and we had that conversation with the office staff. And so this is where we got the information from. And
And they said issue 2, no problem.
I don't know if they didn't say no problem, they just said 2, right? And so we did the math together. We were counting their parking spots when we were there, and we were talking about the allocation of 20% in their property. And they were saying that parking was a challenge sometimes. And it becomes more of a challenge, I guess, when people go to the lake and stuff like that. People park in there and walk down to the beach, or they find their way down to the beach somehow. And so they, that was the discussion that we had. And so when we get a permit, mostly it's not new permits, I don't think. I think it's mostly renewals that we're getting now. We just kind of renew them based on the two per ratio.
Because they are pretty much maxed out in Pine
Yeah, I don't
Wild.
think we've issued any kind of like new permits there, so.
But in, AJ Hames for the record, but for homes, I know Ernie goes there with a tape measure and they see how many parking spots
Yeah.
will fit.
Yeah, this issue is not about homes. On my option A, that is a slam dunk, right? I don't think anybody has any problem with A. It is simply when you have space for more than one, but it's not enough for everyone to have that +1. How does it work? That's the issue. And again, we have the same thing at Beach Club, where we have 1, but we don't have 2 for everyone. And so if you're issuing 2 parking permits to those 20%, then they're taking that 20%, there's still some guests, but the other 80% don't have access to that half.
I mean, largely the biggest complaints to, when we talk about parking complaints on the charts that I showed you, and if I go through the records, over 80% of the parking complaints we get are single-family homes. We issue 2 or 3 permits, and they're stuffing 5 cars in there, or there's cars parked out in the street right in front of the property. And then people come by, take pictures, and they send them in and complain about it, right? And so that was over the permitted amount, right? And that's where they get in trouble. And I'm sorry, I talked over you.
So,
Can I just
so,
count?
Lauren?
Lauren Romaine for the record. So I would have to say that one of the reasons that the reason you're getting more complaints on single-family homes is it's much easier to identify where the
Right.
issue is.
True.
So in our common area, we all know, in my 2 parking lots, we all know whose car is who. And when all of a sudden, it's completely full, and you look at the 4 VHRs that are around and say you should only have 8 additional cars, and there's 13 spaces that are taken up, and you call the sheriff says, well, how do I know whose is whose? And there's an issue there and a problem that we're not able to fix. So it is a
true.
problem and concern. And the other part with common area parking is that these places were set up for full-time residents, full-time tenants, second home. And the reason it all worked was because we had second homes. And those people didn't show up. They very rarely showed up. And that's why you are able to get away with having less parking spots than you really are supposed to have. And then TRPA does not allow you to make more parking spots. So we have this issue, and this is where this VHR thing is causing the part, because you just have people coming in, meet, and I love it how Keith says it, you come to Tahoe and meet, you don't meet and come to Tahoe. And, as I'm standing outside of one day, and he's got 7 vehicles. I mean, I knew the parking lot was full, they weren't our cars. And you look, and I was talking with them, I said, how many do you have? 7. So it's just, so I just want to say, there is an issue there, you may not get complaints because we can't verify.
But the issue that we're dealing
Yes.
with right now are tier 3s. And I want to bring us back to tier
Let me cross
3s
that off.
because there's very few,
No.
because there's very few common, there's Tahoe Village, again, we get back to an exclusionary area should it become the tourist zone.
Yeah.
Is the only place in common areas that I can recall that we have put a tier 3 in. And I'm looking at the GIS map as we sit here, and, Pine Wild, there's no tier 3s in there. They are full at 20%, but they have no tier 3s. So if there's another section that's about parking generally, then maybe this is where some of this needs to go.
It would be, we passed it, it's 030E5G.
So could you put
That
that
says-
up there and
Yeah.
that
Just-
0503G, whatever? Because I would like to get to our speaker on, who's been very patient.
Yeah.
And then one of the.
So we're calling it, what, now we're calling
Yeah, I know
it
he'll tell you those numbers.
62?
Tier 2 parking, it's 030E5G.
Can I, Nikki?
Hmm?
Lauren
Go
Romaine
ahead.
for the record, just very quickly, my view of this is that we should have parking standards for every single one of them. And then you say occupancy can be determined by parking if that's determined for tier 3s.
And I'm totally good with that, but we're not in that section, so
Gotcha.
I want us to go back
Yep.
to it. And because I think we can, if we quickly jump to number 9 versus going through 7, maybe,
We're good.
Bob, you
We're
said,
good.
Bob?
Yeah, Bob.
Yeah. Maybe Bob could give us the information that you asked us for, or you asked him for, Ernie, so that we don't hold up him all day.
Excellent. What-
I mean, we've
what
already
page-
held
what
him up
page are we
most
on
of the
now?
day.
That's okay.
I was just saying, number 9 talks about noise monitoring device on page 28. And it might be a good time for us to, and I'm gonna turn it over to you because you
Oh.
made you've made this arrangement.
Okay, so Ernie Strelo for the record. So I know that we've been talking a lot about noise and stuff like that, so I've been trying to find experts, and Bob, Bob actually sent in a really good presentation in the supplemental, and so I called him. While he self-admitted said, you said you weren't an expert, or you were, what did you tell me?
Well, I'll get into that, yeah.
So he's very knowledgeable about the subject, and when we talk about decibels and decimal readings, I thought it would make sense to educate us a little bit more so we don't wing it and try to go off of what we know rather than like to listen to the experts. Because in addition to what I added some from El Dorado County on noise monitors and how they define it in the supplemental packet also. And it was much more detailed than what than I think that what we understand. So if
Sure,
you can
yeah.
kind of help us understand a little bit more about noise.
Okay, so for the record,
Ernie, could you move the phone near to the presenter?
Oh.
Is he mic'd on the phone or on the?
I don't know.
I don't know if this is
Yeah.
working or,
Yeah.
or let me first pass these out. Go ahead and pass it down. So I'm
Okay.
going to be
And
Is there-
I'll
following
put
this
in
fairly
the-
closely.
Before you pass it out, there has to be, we can add it to the record, but the board has to receive it at the same time as the public. Sorry, AJ Haynes for the record. So if we
So
have
we
enough
have
for the public, which would be,
You would want a copy? I don't need a copy.
yeah.
I couldn't share.
You're,
There's 6 copies there.
Oh.
there's one public.
Well, then we have
Okay,
plenty.
So we have,
So-
just to make a record, there's one person here from the public, Ms. Gunter, and she's receiving a copy at the same time as the board. So
And the only person that,
Before some of the board.
yeah, Keith is not physically here, so I can, I'll have to,
Well, that
Email.
follows very closely the
Yeah.
the comment that I sent in, so I think,
Okay.
he could probably follow from that. And I don't know, Keith, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So my name's Bob Byron. I live at 1259 Hidden Woods Drive. And I attended the November 30th meeting, and that's where the discussion, at least that I was familiar with, first came up regarding noise monitoring. And, I heard numbers like 7 dB of sound energy and 20 minutes of measurement intervals and also discussion about the location of the sound monitors. And I was troubled by those numbers, so I did a little bit of digging. Unfortunately, at least the version of the VHR ordinance that I read is very unspecific about this stuff, and my understanding is you're trying to embellish that to the extent necessary to really control noise within the VHRs. So Ernie asked me to come and speak about that, and that's, I very quickly put together this presentation. Now, just, as far as background, I am a Stanford-trained electrical engineer. I've been in aerospace for 50 years. I understand, the principles and everything. And I do have a rudimentary understanding of audio engineering. I have been published in the Journal of the Audio Engineering Society. So, but I do want to make it clear that I am not an expert in this field, and far from it. As an engineer, I understand, what's going on, but I would very much encourage you to, if necessary, bring on true experts to help you through some of the subtleties of this. So let me just go directly into the presentation. And I had tried to make this simple. It's tough to do when you're talking about formulas and for instance, you mentioned the decibel scale and everything. So let me go through slowly, and if there's any questions, please stop me. Let's not wait till the end and do that, but just ask the question, and I'll try to clarify things. But sound pressure, which really is where this starts, is measured as a pressure in pascals. Okay, and there's a standard there, which has to do with the sound pressure that a person with excellent hearing. What's the lowest sound pressure they can hear? That turns out to be 2 × 10⁻⁵ pascals. Okay, so that's where everything starts in terms of the logarithmic scale on which this is built, and that's where the decimal range comes in. Now, just to, so you understand, and I won't go through the sound energy equations and everything. If it's 20 times the base 10 log of a ratio to that sound pressure. But for you to understand it really, think in terms of, when I talk about 3 decibels, okay? That's a doubling of the noise, okay, that you would hear. If I talk about 10 decibels, that's a factor of 10. 20 decibels, factor of 100. Okay, so it's the logarithmic scale is exponential in its nature. And so there's quite a difference between 50 decibels and 70 decibels. Okay, just so you understand that. So getting into the, what's meant by the weighting. Weighting is really the coloring of sound, okay? You can think of it in terms of optical devices. We perceive things in the visual range, which is, well, I won't go through the numbers, but basically, the human ear can hear things from about 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. That's below that is subsonic, above that is ultrasonic. Okay, so what they do with this decibel weighting is that they weight it, at least for what we're concerned with. There are other ways to do it. The A weighting corresponds to the human auditory response, okay? And there's a shape associated with it. So when I say dBA, I'm talking about decibels with an A weighting. And that's what TRPA and ANSI and OSHA and everybody else is using when they look at noise and also damage to the ear. Okay, now just to give you an idea of what these things mean, a quiet street or a quiet office would typically measure 50 dBA. Okay, so that, kind of keep that in mind, because we're going to get to that number 50 again, because that happens to be one of the standards that TRPA uses. A freight train passing at 100 feet, I mean, you're kind of right next to this thing. That's 70 dBA. Okay, that's the number that came up in that meeting, which had me a little bit concerned. The OSHA threshold for permanent hearing damage, 85 dBA. Okay, so that kind of scales it for you, I hope. And then what I want to do is get into the codes and plans and that sort of thing. Just to go through what's out there, and I don't claim that this is exhaustive. This is what I could find on the internet, from local sources. Your VHR ordinance states, owner agrees to purchase and install noise monitoring devices at locations and in amounts specified by Douglas County prior to renting the unit. It doesn't say much more than that, at least the version that I read. The TRPA Code of Ordinances, and that's section 11.6.10. Each plan area statement, and I'll put that in quotes, shall specify the maximum community noise equivalent levels, or CNELs, that are permissible within a plan area. The problem is, you go to find where the plan area statement for the East Shore corridor is, and the closest I could come was South Shore area plan, okay? It does not provide specific CNELs for this purpose. The 2006 threshold evaluation, and this is a TRPA document in Chapter 9, it is outdated, but it lists specific thresholds. So that's what I wanted to present to you, because I think these are at least relevant. They may not be exactly what TRPA is using, but they probably serve as a basis for what you might consider. The daytime CNEL for, and this is for low-density residential areas, and there are different ones. I mean, if you're within 300 feet of Highway 50, they have a slightly higher threshold. But the threshold for areas like where I live is 50 dBA. Remember, that's the quiet office, the quiet street, okay? Between 7 p.m. and 10 p.m., that's reduced to 45.23 dBA. And from 10 p.m. to 7 in the morning, that's 40 dBA. Okay, so those are significantly lower than the numbers that you've been listening to. Okay, now going on in terms of measurement, The Code of Ordinance, in a different section, says any CNEL measurements shall be made with a type 1 sound level meter using a weighted slow response. Okay, well, that really should have been upgraded based on what the IEC, the International Electrotechnical Conference, considers type 1. They changed that to class 1 with a little more restrictive specifications for the monitoring devices. If I go to the TRPA Code of Ordinance, different section, sound levels shall be taken at intervals of 10 seconds or less, okay? And an instant reading from sound level meter shall be recorded. Now that's not 20 minutes, that's 10 seconds. And instantaneous as well. If there's a burst, an impulse type response, that's what they're talking about. Okay, in a different section, they say the location of the microphone for measuring CNELs in residential, and they list a bunch of others, but for residential areas we're concerned with, and for responding to noise complaints shall be no less than 4 feet above the ground. The microphone shall be placed on the property line closest to the noise source. Okay, that's not sitting on some other side of the house up in the eave or something like that. They're very specific about where those measurements are to be taken. Now, in the next page, I have an example of a system that's would fulfill the requirement. That's the Dutch sensor system Ranos DB1, and I call your attention to the price down there. It's fairly pricey, $2.5K. Okay, but that's what would be required for someone with a VHR to satisfy this TRPA code. Okay. And really, that's all I had. I just wanted to say, and my recommendation is you probably ought to do a comprehensive review of the TRPA codes and the Douglas County Plan Area Statements, if there is one that covers this area, and see what they say about noise limitations and noise monitoring. And in the meantime, I'd go ahead and use those TRPA listings in the evaluation. So that's really all I have. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
I have one question.
Sure.
So, right now we typically a lot of renters noise aware, I think. They use noise aware and those type of tools, and they're
Okay.
subscription services that you buy them and they track, they keep a record, right? And then,
Yeah, right.
And then you can buy additional ones for $10 a piece or something like that. And people put them up in the eaves or by the hot tub
Right.
and stuff like
I
that.
suspect they're not class 1.
Yeah, and that's,
Okay.
that was
and
my
that's-
question.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
so that's quite a bit different than what you're showing
It is.
here.
Now, class 1 has to be, the ones you put under the eaves are probably qualified for indoor use. They probably can't be rained and snowed upon and all that kind of stuff. They probably require an energy source.
Okay.
And they probably don't transmit over, some wireless band to a recording device or something. It probably, well, they may. They could go through your home Wi-Fi,
Right.
but that may not be, what you need for something that's 100 feet away on your fence. So, that's the issue with what TRPA at least is specifying as adequate.
Okay.
I want to say thank you, because in that little presentation, it was an eye-opener. For me,
Well,
because
thank you.
the
Yeah.
noise monitors have been something that it's not in my wheelhouse. And so I thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for.
Well, it seemed
all the-
like even the VHR owners were struggling there to try to figure out what is it that you want, what is it that's, adequate. And it became clear to me that, the kind of things they're talking about really are not appropriate for this sort of thing.
Does anyone else have questions for Bob?
Sure.
No, I just want to say thank you. That was very informative and gave me a lot more knowledge
Yeah.
on it. I appreciate you coming in and all your, research to do this. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the ability to do so and, help out in every way I can. Lauren?
Lauren Romaine for the record. So just a quick question too, and I'm trying to find it here, where where it says that it's supposed to be on the property line.
Yeah,
Um,
okay, that's the second page of the code
Okay.
stuff, okay?
And this can actually be out in the property
Oh,
line,
yeah.
can be rained on and all that kind of
Yes,
stuff.
that's
And
what,
the difference.
that's a solar cell on top. I mean, it's
Yeah.
fully self-contained unit, so.
And the difference then between this, and what is being, what Mr. Strela was just talking about? Yeah, I understand you say one can't get rained on, it can't be that kind of thing, but what's the other difference between?
The difference between noise aware and this.
Well, it also has to follow the IEC codes, the specifications that qualify it as a class 1. You know, class 1 doesn't mean it can be out in the rain. That's simply, you know, a list of specifications that say what it has to monitor, how accurately it has to do so, and at what rate, and, you know, how it treats instantaneous versus slow response
Okay.
noise measurements.
And the other thing I find up here, especially around where I live, is to put something on a property line, it gets buried. Like my cable, TV cable line gets buried.
Mhm.
You wouldn't think it, you know,
Yeah.
because it goes to my roof, but it gets buried. So, can something like that get attached to a building and still be?
Not and meet the TRPA. The
I
intent of the
understand, yeah,
TRPA
yeah,
code.
yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I think you have to probably work at a government-to-government level with them and figure out what you really want to do.
Yeah, but could it be used on?
Well, it certainly could, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, in fact, I think, you know, versions of that, and certainly there are others out there. I only found one because I wanted to have an example to show you.
Okay.
But, yeah, it doesn't have to have the same kind of whistles and bells. It does have to have the same specs.
Gotcha, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bob, appreciate it.
Yeah,
That
thanks
was
for your
good.
patience.
Yeah, well, you went to a lot of trouble, appreciate it.
Madam Chair, do you
Yes.
want to open up for any additional public comments on this topic at this time?
Let's do that, and if we're gonna have public comment, which obviously is you, Heidi, maybe any of the other stuff we've discussed up till this point, so that if she's got something that's not specifically about the noise monitors, then when we can move on, I don't have to worry about what we've already discussed. Yep, go ahead.
Hi everyone, Heidi Gunter. That presentation was awesome, and I would love to dig into more about NoiseAware to see how much it compares to that. The price tag is never going to happen with owners, guarantee that. However, the data is extremely helpful. I want to call NoiseAware, see what kind of data they can provide also and compare to that. Just listening to all of the comments and concerns about parking, occupancy, how to define certain things, I think if a neighborhood study is done and different rules are set for every single neighborhood, that would help a lot, because most of these rules don't work across the board. Pine Wild is very different than Middle Kingsbury. Glenbrook shouldn't even be on the map. It's so far away, it's not even tourist anything. I would love for that study to be done. Obviously, we need to get this ordinance in place, modified, brought before the county commissioners, but then a neighborhood study would be extremely helpful, so we can really narrow it down to every neighborhood, different rules per those neighborhoods. I think that would help everyone. That's all I have for now.
Thanks, Heidi. AJ?
Just to add from, I guess, just a legal standpoint. So reference was made during public comment to the CNEL standards that have been adopted in the various plan area statements. So just to kind of give some background on that, Tahoe, the TRPA has divided Tahoe up into areas, obviously. And so within each of those areas, there are different use requirements, different rules and regulations, including sound, and I did just look up some of those. Now the TRPA areas don't necessarily align perfectly with neighborhoods. So you may have a TRPA area that includes two neighborhoods which are distinct and diverse. But regardless, I did just pull up a few of them for an example. So for Kingsbury Village, that would be TRPA Plan Area 81, for example. There's a maximum community noise equivalent level for that plan area of 50. And so that would be for that, let's see, what is this one? For Lake Village,
Can I interrupt you really quick? I'm sorry. But I just want to tell everybody where Kingsbury Village is.
that's fine.
And that is the north side of Kingsbury, the opposite side of the ski resort at the top of the hill. Because it's always confusing to me and I want to make sure everybody knows what we're talking about.
Thank you.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
appreciate that as well. Lake Village, in contrast, the maximum community noise equivalent level for that plan area is 50, but the maximum community noise equivalent level for the Highway 50 corridor is 65. So there's a difference between the properties within that plan area. For Lake Ridge, it's 50, and again, or it's 55 within the plan area, and again 65 along the Highway 50 corridor. For Zephyr Heights and Marla Bay, the maximum community noise equivalent level for that plan area is 50, again 65 along Highway 50. 55 for Middle Kingsbury, and 55 along Highway 207. So in contrast to Highway 50, there's no real increase in allowable noise along Kingsbury grade. Just to kind of give the board some background. That seems to be fairly consistent across the various plan areas. 50, 65, 50 or 55 with 65 along the Highway 50 corridor seems to be the general rule. Yep.
Thank you, AJ. Any
AJ,
other?
if I can just to clarify that, those are daytime numbers, right? And the reductions that TRPA put on it for nighttime would apply to those as well.
The plan area statements themselves aren't specific as
Yeah.
to daytime or nighttime, but I don't know the corresponding TRPA code. You're saying there's a reduction for
Yeah.
nighttime hours?
Yes.
So yeah, I don't know anything about that. But
In my thing, I did the reduction based on what their formula was.
so just to summarize, within the various plan areas here in Douglas County, there is typically a 50 or a 55 limit, and then if it's along Highway 50, there's an increase up to 65, and that's it.
Good, thank you. So when we throw around 85 decibels, that's pretty high.
Well, that's why I think, however,
You don't want 85.
Yeah.
that was, I think the concept was, though, that what this board was previously trying to get at was, if somebody were to, start up a power tool or something, it might, for a brief moment, go above 65 or 55. And would that amount to a noise violation under the VHR code? And I think this board determined, well, one quick loud incident by itself doesn't seem like it should warrant a violation. And so I think that's why the board had sort of settled on 85 as a single incident, whereas 65 had been discussed as kind of the minimum threshold for a more continuous duration. So 5 minutes at 65 was recommended at a violation, and 85 is a single event.
Patty Graff for the record. The only thing that I can add to that is that during winter, it's like when everybody has their snow blowers, where they put out, and you're gonna be using up more than 5 minutes to clear your driveways and different other things. And then even with, the snow plows coming down the street, that might be under 5 minutes, but you'd have, if they're going in and then coming back out, you're gonna have a big noise. And if someone's out there doing their driveway and clearing the berm with a snow blower, I can't see that it's going to take them less than 5 minutes. So there has to be some sort of consideration during the season as to the, you know, the noise levels.
They used to call it common sense.
But now everybody's lawsuit happy.
No, I know, that's what, back in the
There
old
is
days.
none.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
But just to keep for the record, I mean, you know, I wasn't able to catch all that, but, you know, basically the concern I have is, I don't know if we're ever gonna get to defining a nuisance noise to decibels. You know, it would be great if we could have a noise monitor that would be set to when it was gonna upset somebody and clearly define what that was. That would be fantastic. And I don't know if we're ever gonna get there. And I think that's why we have to focus on what we can do to reduce nuisance noise, and that comes back to occupancy, that comes back to, you know, outside areas, and that comes back to a bunch of different things. But, you know, I don't know if we're ever gonna get to, you know, I even believe TRPA is over a 24-hour period. You know, a lot of these things are about losing your hearing, and, you know, is it going to be a factory, or is there a road with a truck? And I think that's why Highway 50 corridor and Kingsbury corridor are higher. They recognize there's more noise there. And we're not talking about that. What we're talking about, when we go back to what we're trying to do, we're trying to find peaceful enjoyment of your residents. And I just don't know if our noise monitors have a great ring to them. They're scientific. I think they're great at identifying when a party's going on, that an emergency contact or a manager can take action. I think those are great. Whether we're ever going to be able to turn that into a regulation, I just don't know if we're ever going to do it. So I think we have to look for other venues to prevent that nuisance noise than having a certain number of decibels, a certain number of times. But, you know, I'll listen to anybody with ideas.
Thank you, Keith. Lauren?
Lauren Romaine, for the record, I'm just confused over snow blowers and that kind of thing. So basically, what we're talking about, you put a noise monitor up, and if there's a complaint made, then you go back to those records, right? I mean, it's okay that these decibel numbers are exceeded. The question comes in is there a complaint associated with that increase in decibel, right? So if you're running a snow blower, I don't know any of my neighbors that will complain about your snow blower running, so therefore it's not a problem. I understand it would exceed what the limit is, right? Am I thinking about this right? And the only time we really care that the number is exceeded is when it is exceeded and there's a complaint associated, right? Okay, and usually that would be set up because it's a noise, not someone like taking care of their driveway or whatever.
And very possibly, we might have to go kind of generic with this round one of recommendations.
Yeah.
While we get more information, you know, as you suggested, Bob. And that when we come back to this next year, or whenever it is, after we get round one done, we'll have the information we need to make a specific recommendation. I mean, that would be my thought, without, you know, spending hours on noise again. Is, you know, now we have a really great base to start with. And we know what we need to look at, and if it's all right with everybody, I would like to back up and go to number 7 now.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much, Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, Ernie, for the record, I was hoping that would help, just kind of get us grounded on, because we talk about decibels pretty loosely, and 85 is pretty loud,
Yeah.
or at least that's what I always hear. I don't think we use a snow blower at night. Usually the complaints would come at night, so hopefully we're
I
not.
do.
I
You
did.
use a snow blower at night?
I did it last
You have
night.
to.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
well,
When it gets to be a foot
we'll make sure we
thick,
send you a ticket.
Yes,
Yeah.
send it on down. Okay, so I guess
Didn't know
we were,
Actually on 6.
well, we had kind of gone in the circles on, we are on 6. So 6, do you want to go forward with 6 on page 28?
Oh, well, Madam Chair, so we were kind of on parking, I think F3, and I had a comment on F2. So
Oh,
I'm
okay,
gonna
I
go back and
apologize.
Go forward, but
Go forward,
I
go on
have
3.
F2.
Go with 3.
So, On F2, this is about the unit is sufficiently far away from other residential areas not to create a nuisance. Sufficiently far because of the fact of specific location. And in my, I don't know if we need to, if this is clear or if it isn't. I voted for one that was approved. I voted for one that was not approved. And it was interesting, my dilemma there. In the two that I thought were not sufficiently far, but we approved, it was based on the lack of neighbor complaints. And we deferred both of those. We gave them a 1 year. And after one of them that was approved, I think someone mentioned that, well, all the surrounding neighbors are VHR. And so that's okay until someone sells those VHRs and the next person isn't a VHR. The other one, the VHR permit holder lives in the neighborhood. And there was actually a complaint, and it was interesting that it was given to the sheriff and not the owner, which they probably knew. So I think on F2, we need to reach a consensus. Does property management affect this or not? And cause that's what my concern is that we're kind of blurring this about, does F2 mean that the property has aspects of the physical aspects which prevent it from causing a nuisance? Or should we consider the management of that property? And in some situations, can we consider the ownership of that property? And you know, it bothers me on some of these things that I wonder if what the people, represent our community, if that affects our judgment. And so the way I'm currently reading F2 is, it is the property without management. And so you can have a property that makes noise, but no one's complaining. And if we believe there is the potential for noise, I don't believe we ought to approve it. But I think we've kind of blurred the line back and forth based on what the owners are saying, what there is. But I think in both those situations, the property is physically not sufficiently far away as to create a noise nuisance, but we've approved them. And maybe y'all probably have different views on that. Like I said, I voted for one that was approved. I voted against one which was approved. So I guess I'd like to have a quick discussion whether we need to change the wording of F2. Do we have a consensus that it is the physical aspects of the property, or should we be considering the absence of complaints to be evidence that it is sufficiently far away?
Thank you, Keith.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just my opinion would be just looking at this from a legal perspective. When you have words like sufficiently far depends on the facts specific to the location, including, and generally speaking, even when a statute doesn't say including but not limited to, you would still interpret it the same. So the following list of things is not necessarily the entirety of what this board could consider, especially given that the final list there says, as well as other factors the advisory board deems appropriate given the circumstances unique to each location. Now, I think Keith would say, well, it says circumstances unique to each location, so it should be limited to location. That's a reasonable interpretation of the code, but I don't think it's the only reasonable interpretation there. I think if the code were to remain as is, I think it would be reasonable for the board to consider things beyond just the location of the property, including, as Keith mentioned, management and whatnot. But if the board wants to be more clear about that, we could certainly list it as one of the factors to consider. Or if the board thinks, well, why should we consider that? Maybe we should only consider location. We should ignore property management, neighbor complaints, things of that nature. Then maybe that should be added as well. So right now, I think it's sort of in a gray area, would be my legal opinion. And if we want to affirmatively place it into, we can consider whatever we want, then we can add language. If we want to stick it into the realm of we should really only consider the physical factors, the location of the beams and the rocks, etc., then we could amend it that way. But I think if you were to just leave it as is, it's sort of in a gray area, and because of that, I think you could interpret it either way reasonably.
Thank you, AJ. I'm out of order and I should go over this way, but I'm gonna say something instead. One of the things that I like about Tier 3s coming to the advisory board is every decision is specific to that property, and it's all subjective versus there being a hard and fast rule. And so I don't like the idea of there being specific reasons why we can't or can approve something. You know, I like the fact that we can look at everything on the whole, including what the residents have to say, including our personal visits to the home. That is my opinion on this, but I'd like to hear from Lauren or Patty. Go ahead.
Patty Gruff. I like it the way that it reads because it has in there as well as other factors. As things change, and with all the different neighborhoods being unique, we're not limited. And we don't have to list every little thing that we would consider because things change. Where someone could say that, oh, well, all you have is you've limited to this, now you're adding these other factors and you took out other factors. The other factors can always change. Why not leave it as is so that, you know, we don't have to keep changing and adding more specifics on every little thing. Thank you.
Lauren?
And I'm sorry, it's been a while, Lauren Rumming for the record, it's been a while. Keith, the question was, I hate that. The question is basically, is location and property management, right? And there was something else, is that taken?
Well, I guess, it is, you know, is it about the property? And is it sufficiently close to that it could cause a nuisance? And not necessarily is it causing a nuisance. I mean, we have a lot of history of it has to be sufficiently close to be a nuisance because it's causing a nuisance, right? Those were easy Tier 3s to reject. My concern is when you are making subjective judgments, you can be affected by things which you shouldn't be affected by.
Okay, let me just, hey,
I
Keith.
really liked the applicant, and it was harder for me to reject them.
Okay, and Keith,
likewise,
you got me on.
I really liked the applicant, you know, or I approved the applicant.
He's got me on track.
And
And if he keeps going, I'm gonna lose it.
necessarily fair. And so that's why I
don't
believe
know
it
where to
ought to be
speak
about
to.
the property and not management. And I don't want to get into specifics about property,
Keith,
but
Keith.
you know, the fact that you have people, you know, look like really nice people that
He's
support
muted
our
us.
community.
Sorry.
I think they may be getting a different view,
Oh.
in my mind, than people who don't.
Yes, okay, okay, Keith?
Keith.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, so here was my point with this. I am finding that the property manager and where the property manager lives is not something that should be taken into account, and that it should be just a physical part of the property, and whether there have been complaints, because that does go to the existing property management at the time, which is truly important, because if you're a good manager, you won't have those complaints, you'll be on top of things. So, but I do find that I have seen it here where the property managers themselves have kind of swayed us to open up a Tier 3 with it maybe that wouldn't be a Tier 3, and it's hard to do because you're faced with this person who's very nice and very whatever. So I don't know how you want to fix that. I'm just telling you my opinion. I don't know how you fix what he's talking about.
Okay. And that.
Well, I think it's just a consensus. Does, you know, if we are going to consider the past, I think I'd like it to be more clear. Either, and again, so let me tell you my preference. My preference is it is the property and the property only and not property management. But I think the consensus is not that. I believe the consensus is we ought to consider property management. And I think if it's going to say that, we ought to actually put that in. And if we do, we need to realize that there were a tremendous amount of tier 3s that did not come forward. There was a tremendous amount of properties that could have been tier 3s, which we never heard because the 100-foot rule was being talked about between county staff and property owners. And if we are going to open that up to be, and we're going to consider past complaints, and we're going to consider property management, you could have another, I think there were 80 properties or 90 properties, I can't remember how many were tier 3 before we started this. Get ready for the onslaught
I don't get what he's.
of a bunch of people coming forward. Well, you know what? I've never had a complaint. And so it's going to be whose neighbors are pissed off enough to show up and complain, even though they may have had complaints. Like I said, the one we just approved had a complaint. They didn't call the property owners because they're probably friends. They called the sheriff instead. And so if we're going to consider property management, should we put it in here? And one of the downsides is you're going to have a lot more people think they could be a tier 3 because they haven't had any registered complaints. And, they're going to come forward. So if that's the position, then I'll accept it. But then we ought to just be forward thinking about that and just say, there's also a complaint history and property management. If those are factors, we ought to be explicit.
So Keith, those are factors you would like added to?
Well, I don't want them added. I want to do the property only. But what I'm saying is, I think I'm in the minority here. And if that's what the board believes, that management does matter, and the lack of past complaints does matter, then yeah, we ought to be explicit in that. And like I said, I think we're going to have 60 more tier 3 applications come across the next year because they're going to say, you know what, I don't have any registered complaints. I should have gone for the tier 3. I was kind of swayed against it because they weren't approving any. I think we're going to have a bunch more who believe they have really great I've never met any of these people who didn't believe they had great management. And every one of them said, I've never had a complaint. And in fact, we've had people who said, I've never had a complaint, and all of a sudden, one of them had 20 neighbors show up and talk about complaints, but the owner reported, I've never had a complaint. And so I think if that's what we're doing, I think we ought to be transparent about it. And I believe we're going to have an onslaught of people who believe they should have been a tier 3 all along.
Are we talking about F2?
Yeah, so F2 talks about what it is to be sufficiently far away.
Okay.
And what I think I'm hearing is that one of the other factors we ought to be considering is management and past complaints.
Okay.
And I don't think I've ever explicitly said that before, but that's what I felt with the two that were not sufficiently far away, but we approved.
Okay.
And so what I'm saying is we considered it, but it's not here explicitly. And I think there's a problem putting it explicitly, but I believe it's transparent that if we're going to include management and past complaints, that we put it in this paragraph.
Okay. AJ?
I just wanted to note that section 2 specifically talks about location. The unit has to be located sufficiently far away from all other residential buildings so as to not create a nuisance. Section 7 allows you to also consider prior history of the residence, including the existence of any prior noise or parking problems. So
Yep.
it's two separate requirements. You're supposed to be looking at, as the code is currently written, 1, how far away is this? Do we foresee a nuisance? And then 2, what's the history? So,
All right.
and that's
No, but AJ,
section 7.
sorry, just keep again. But the way this is written, you've got to meet 2 and 7. And what I'm saying is we're allowing 7 to override 2.
So I'm not disagreeing with you. I am
Okay,
saying that,
okay.
but in determining location, whether something is sufficiently far, if you have, like for example, a few months back, there was a 10-bedroom condo And I think either above or beneath that unit was maybe a 2 or 3 bedroom condo owned by the same individual. And he was not operating the smaller unit as a VHR, but he did want to operate the larger unit as a VHR. And so he came in for a tier 3. And so this board had to first make the finding, one, is the unit located sufficiently far away from all other residential buildings to not create a nuisance? And in doing that, I think the board considered the fact, for example, that the closest unit, 0 feet away, was owned by the same individual. And that was a factor that the board considered. And then moving on part 7, the board also took into account the prior history and may have used some of that as well to sort of confirm the board's finding that the unit was sufficiently far away from its 0 foot distance neighbor. But that's where I think, Keith, that's your concern, is that there's too much overlap between those two elements. But if
exactly, 0 feet is the way F is written. You've got to clear both 2 and 7, and 0 feet is hard. Is very difficult to say that you meant 2.
But in that example, I don't think it was outside the board's purview or whatever to consider the fact that the 0 foot distance unit was owned by the same person. I think that 2 allows, as it's currently written, allows you to consider other factors, and the ownership of the units is certainly another factor. So if you did want it to be more restrictive, if you wanted to just look at distance and not take into account ownership or neighbors, who's living where and that kind of thing, I think that's kind of, Keith, what you're getting at, is you want to restrict section 2 a little bit more. But if you did so, then the end result would probably be that units such as that one would be denied.
Correct.
In the future. And so as an illustration, I think, the board can consider that unit, and is that something that this board thinks is beneficial to the program to exclude units such as that one? If so, why? And then if there is a good reason to exclude units like that, I mean, then that would be a good reason to restrict 2, requirement 2 a little bit more. If the board thinks it's, approving units such as that 10-bedroom unit is otherwise consistent with the code and promotes the goals of the VHR program, then it would seem counterproductive to revise section 2 to do away with condos like that one.
Yeah. So why don't we get to a consensus here? I think we all understand what I'm talking about now. If the 3 of you in the room are comfortable with the tier 3 that AJ just mentioned, with the tier 3 when I don't think there were any complaints because all the neighbors were VHR, and the tier 3 we approved for the couple who live in the neighborhood. If we would make those same decisions today, and you believe those were the right decisions, then let's move on. If you think that we should have considered them stronger, then I think we need to put something here.
Okay, let me pull the board. Lauren?
Lauren, remain for the record. Can I ask on this other one, because I think it may be one I wasn't here. Was it in Tahoe Village?
It was that Blue Lodge or something.
Oh.
The big one on the top and the smaller one on the bottom.
Yep. So let me say this, Keith, I would still have approved Tahoe Blue Lodge, because I am hoping that Tahoe Village becomes a tourist area. And I would not have approved the one that we extended. And I think my problem with that is because I think we took the management, not the history, because I think the history is important, but we took the management of it. And I think that's wrong. I think adding management into this, because do they ever go on vacation? Does something ever change? Does one of them get sick and so they don't care as much? And I think management doesn't matter. I think location does, and I think past history does. Does that clarify anything for you?
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Lauren, that's why I did the one that was 0 feet, because I believe that was a tourist zone, even though we hadn't ruled it as such. That was a major component of mine too. That's because I think I voted to approve that one as well. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. I've been part of the consensus on most of these. I just feel uncomfortable about it.
Yeah.
I think neighborhood, AJ Hames for the record, is a factor in location though. So saying that it's 0 feet, but it's the location of it is Tahoe Village is consistent with how the code's currently written.
Patty? Oh,
If I can just go back, if I can just quickly go back to what
It's
AJ
hard
just
to
said.
say. It's hard for me to read too and get that neighborhood matters.
But
Okay.
my concern, Lauren Romaine for the record, my concern, AJ, is that we haven't designated a difference for that being, and I'm afraid of mission creep. You know, so we've approved it in there, but why have we? And I think we need to give that direction that we have made exceptions within this area because it's a tourist area.
Those
So-
are factors, the board gave those factors consideration. They were appropriate given the circumstances unique to the location.
Right.
The location being that specific neighborhood. That's why I'm saying,
Okay.
the way that the code is written now allows you to do that. You can say, look at the neighborhood, that's the location where this is. So yeah, 0 feet, but this is a unique circumstance. This is in this specific neighborhood. So even though it's not designated in code, the language of 2 specifically allows you to make those kinds of determinations now. Now, if you wanted to not use that as a factor to make your determinations, if you didn't want to consider neighborhood, or if you didn't want to consider use of neighboring properties, you would have to, I think, amend section 2 to make it more restrictive.
Okay, it sounds like there's a consensus, and so let me just withdraw the comment. I'll just point out that those 3 were the only 3 that we have not, I think, that we haven't been unanimous on. Okay, let's move forward.
okay. Patty, do you have a comment to make?
Yeah, it's like, I think on F2, I think I like the way it reads. It gives us a lot of room to add in different things for the location, because that is specifically talking about the location. 7 talks about a different aspect in the code. And I don't think that we should eliminate it or change it.
And I agree with you, Patty. I think the way that the tier 3, that all of F, 1 through 9, is what we've built to pass or reject all of the tier 3s we've looked at, and it has worked under most of the situations. I'm never uncomfortable with the vote I make. And I can't speak for you guys, but I know I take all this into consideration and public comment, and then I make a decision, and you know, I have not found myself questioning the decisions we've made. The ones that I've had questions about, you know, I have gone along with a 1-year conditional permit. So I don't have a problem with any of F. But do we want to?
Can I make one other comment?
Sure.
Just when Keith was talking about, you know, just because you like the property manager, I think that has to do with some of the ethics, that if you're friends with them, then you should withdraw from voting on it. And myself, I look at the neighborhood and what the ordinance is and the different restrictions and everything. I don't look at it as who's managing the property,
Right.
other than they have their qualifications, they stay on top of things. Whether or not I like the person individually does not have a factor in my decision.
Thank you, Patty. Lauren?
Lauren Romaine for the record. I mean, guys, we did have one, and yep, it was the first one we ever looked at. But it was, we had the property managers here, they lived down the street, and even when they came back after the year, we had a hard time looking at that as a physical entity, and we didn't know them personally, didn't know them as the person, they just came. It's very difficult, and I'm not sure that the reason, because they live down the street, is a valid reason that the property manager and the proximity of the property manager to that property makes a difference. And I think in that instance, personally, I think we all keep approving it because we like them and they're here and it's hard to say no. But if you look at that piece of that property, it is not like a tier 3 that we have. And to me, if we can't see that derailed us a little bit, that one, then I think we're fooling ourselves.
Well, I don't think it had to do with the personalities of the people. I think it had to do with their physical location of where they lived. And we also, the staff has, Ernie has plenty of discretion if there is another complaint that comes up long before it comes back to us, to be able to reduce them back down to a tier 2.
And I'm not saying it wasn't proximity, but it's difficult when you add the property manager. So they are a half a mile down the road, but one of them gets sick, and now they just can't keep the same management. What I'm saying is I think we're fooling ourselves that really matters, the proximity. Whether there's past complaints matters, what the physical setup of the Airbnb of the place is matters, but I don't think the proximity does, and I didn't like how we got off.
And how does that affect the code that we're reviewing today?
So you have to ask Keith. It just has to do with whether you put those in as factors
And
that you
that's
look at.
what if you want to put in some changes, then give us the solutions.
It wasn't my
Yeah.
suggestion.
So, well, I'm just saying this
Yeah.
out loud to
Yeah.
everybody. Otherwise, then let's keep this as presented and move on. I'm not trying to roll over the top of anybody.
So, okay, yeah, Lauren Romaine for the record. Tier 3s are important because
They're
they're the
very-
huge ones. We all talk about how occupancy is important and it causes all these other issues. Okay, so I feel like there's frustration over talking about this nitnoid little bit about this kind of thing. I am too, but at the same time, it truly is important. And in all honesty, what I feel like is maybe this group has a really good view of what a tier 3 is. I am not sure that's gonna last through the years. Okay, we just talked about how we have staggered things. You guys are both up in another year. What if the whole makeup of this whole thing changes? This is where we speak. This is where we tell them this is okay and this is not okay. And so I know it's hard work and I know it's tough, but I think it takes the time to do this and do it right. And so there are concerns that I have that we do get kind of wishy-washy about tier 3s, and I don't think we should. In all honesty, I want to put in there that the minimum distance is 100 feet from another residence. You are talking about people over 10, maybe over 8, I don't know, but a huge number that does not reflect the neighborhood. And we may be in a really good cohesive group, and I'm very proud of the work we've done, but it may not last. And so we really need to take a minute, take a breath, and think about whether it needs to be in writing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I've always thought that we ought to have, as I said before, the 100 feet is, a rebuttable presumption. But I'm okay, like I said, I'm okay to move forward. I'm okay to put 100 feet as a rebuttable presumption. I'm okay, and if you guys are comfortable where it is, I'm okay with that too.
I'm not disagreeable to 100 feet to future tier 3s. There's none on the wait list, and if we want to be more specific, that's certainly in our purview to do, and I am perfectly fine with that, other than the fact that you would need to grandfather in the previous people that we've permitted.
Well, I mean, so go back to F2 then. Can we put that there's a rebuttable, maybe that's my comment then, that there is a rebuttable presumption that's sufficiently far away will be 100 feet. Because we are talking about, I can't remember if we got to 8 or 10, but 10, 20, 15, if there's a consensus about 100 feet, I'm part of that consensus.
AJ Hames for the record. I think in practice it wouldn't change much because I think this board has consistently applied sort of that as a general guideline. And so including it in the code, 100-foot minimum, subject to rebuttal based upon the factors listed in section 2, I think that would be consistent with what this board has always done.
So, can-
Well, sorry, Keith Fire for the record, and I think that's, I think you're exactly right. As Lauren was saying, this board will turn over. And, to get that, that's nowhere. It's kind of interesting having people talk about that when it's nowhere. Right? It's nowhere in code, it's nowhere anywhere, it's just, it's what I don't know if we even regularly done it, it's just something I came up with, but it's not in the code anywhere. But I think you're right. I think we probably have coalesced around it. The next board may feel different. Maybe we can get that board the flexibility. But it is something. So again, if there's a consensus, let's put it in. If there's not a consensus, let's leave it out.
And every new board is going to have the option to make recommendation changes if they want. I am fine with 100 feet, as long as we grandfather in the 2 or 3 that we've done in the past that have been under that 100 foot for tier 3. I don't know, Patty, what your opinion is.
County Graph for the record. At this point, I'm not really agreeable to the 100 feet just because of the construction in the area. I think it's going to limit, and I don't think it's, you would have to grandfather the current tier 3s in there, but if you put 100 feet, gradually I think what's going to happen as the tier 3s, you're not going to be able to ever get a tier 3 into Tahoe again because of the limited space that there is.
Which was the design of tier 3s by the commissioners to begin with, that they would be
Eliminated?
rare, not eliminated, rare, because of the occupancy numbers. Lauren?
And to me, it's a minimum, so we're just basically saying, look, this is the minimum for this, and then to me, if you designate Tahoe Village as a tourist area, then it is not a factor in there. And I think what we gotta keep in mind is, what is our goal? Our goal is to help this mesh within the neighborhood. We know tier 3s are a problem, and we do want them to be rare. So it is getting us where we want to be.
So I'd like to suggest to AJ that we put a red line, since it looks like 3 of us.
Well, can I just ask for clarification real quick?
Yeah.
It sounds like I'm hearing 2 different things. Based on some of the comments, it sounds like you want a hard, fast rule, 100 feet. And I think what Keith was proposing was a rebuttable presumption that 100 feet is too close. But that, even 0 feet could, in theory, still be approved so long as you were able to rebut the presumption that a nuisance would be caused. So is it that is everyone agreeing or coming sort of to terms with a hard and fast 100-foot rule or a rebuttable presumption rule?
I like that one. The rebuttable presumption, because it does give us that flexibility if we run into that Blue Lodge again or something similar to that. And again, Tahoe Village at some point will probably be exempted from a lot of this stuff if it becomes a tourist zone. But it gives us more flexibility. But I think, Lauren, you want hard and fast 100 feet?
I think the thing of it is all the ones that we've gone through, that 100 feet seems to be the sweet spot of all of it. And the question comes in is, it's not us, it's the future that I worry about. And if that is a minimum that we're looking for, and we truly believe after dealing with all the things that we've dealt with here, that is a good and sound distance to make a minimum distance, then I think we should put it in, because we aren't all gonna be here.
Keith, were you looking for the rebuttable presumption or hard, fast 100 feet?
I think it's the level of rebut. To me, it's getting harder and harder and harder to rebut it. But I like the rebuttable presumption, and I like putting it in the kind of a line in the sand that you better have some evidence. You better be ready to rebut that presumption. But I would have a rebuttable presumption, but quite honestly, the ability to rebut that is getting harder and harder and harder and harder. If that makes any sense.
And Patty? Oh, sorry.
AJ Hames, for the record, just sort of as a note, in law, when you have a rebuttable presumption, you assume that it becomes the job of the party attempting to overcome the presumption to bring
Exactly.
forth evidence to rebut it. So if it was a lawsuit and we as a county had to prove that the board rightfully made the finding that the unit was located sufficiently far away, it would be upon the county to put forth some evidence to support that conclusion. Whereas if there's a 100-foot rule, it sort of switches the burden of proof. So all we would have to show as a county is that the house was 99 feet away. We've therefore met our burden. The presumption applies. And so then it's upon the party opposing the county's decision to bring forth evidence to rebut it. Just to kind of clarify how presumptions work.
Lauren?
So Lauren Romaine, to me, this is what I look at. I say, 5 years from now, when none of us are here, and somebody else with different thoughts and views and beliefs, and that's perfectly fine, we all have them, is here, but their belief is that their rebuttable presumption is that 25 feet is okay because of this factor, that factor, and whatever it is. Do you see how, or do you want to say to these people, we've looked at this, we've got issues, if we feel that it is solid enough that we actually feel that there needs to be, this is at least a minimum, and you can play around with this, but this is where, you get any closer than this, and this is where these issues are for these bigger units. And so to me, you need to think about us not being here and somebody else seeing it in different ways. Do you want to let them view it as different, something different, and that 25 feet is really okay? Or do you really feel, are you solid? And I'm fairly solid in the fact that I look at this 100 feet and I think we've done a really good job at it. I think we need to share our wealth of knowledge on it.
But we need to consider also that we want these recommendations approved by the commissioners. And if there is a rebuttable presumption, that might be an easier sell.
It could be. Sometimes you have to stand up for what you believe in.
How about we appoint Nikki and Lauren members for life, and that way
I have no response on the record.
Patty Grau for the record then. We can make the changes here, but when we're all gone, who's to say that the new board's not gonna come in
Right.
and
Well, let me
and
just-
change all the things that we already changed?
Lauren Romaine for the record, and you know what? If they believe that strongly in it, they can sit down and go through this process too. There's a big difference between allowing them to make the determination very easily or making them have to work for it and prove that what they're talking about. And that's what I'm talking about. I believe strongly enough in it that I'm willing to make them work
Well,
for
I've
it.
got 2 rebuttables. I've got 1 non-rebuttable, and I've got 1 no altogether.
Well, no, I'll do the rebuttable to
I
get
will
this
switch
going.
to.
Nope.
I will switch to support Lauren. I guess my
I want
concern
him
is
to not talk.
everybody's anxious about this right now, and this board, at one time, 10 years from now, no one's going to care, and the people appointing the board will be less passionate. So I'll support Lauren's. It's just a rule.
Well, now we have 2 against 2 again. All right.
Can we wait? Can we put it on the thing and let Michael decide?
We're gonna have to let Michael decide. All right, rebuttable versus non-rebuttable, 100 feet.
Spell that down.
Just procedurally, I just would note it.
REBTTAL. Sorry.
There's no motions currently pending or being made at this time. This is still just a discussion. I'm of course taking notes. I'm attempting to where I identify some kind of consensus noting that. because I'll put more effort into drafting those provisions. But for purposes of today, I think this is a good solution. There seems to be no consensus. We're noting it on the parking lot.
REBUTTABLE.
No E.
Rebuttable. That looks right.
Okay, I want to make sure I do it before I show it.
Google. What are you spelling?
He
Do you want that
can't,
to
his
apply
phone's
to tier
busy.
twos also, or the 10 occupancy?
Okay. So are we finished with F?
No, ma'am, sorry about that. On 9, I'd like the wording changed to past tense. Owner has installed noise monitor devices. Before we approve a level 3, they're gonna have to run, for a year to tier 2. And so I think 9, I think they ought to already have them installed to where we think before they come to tier 3, approval. So I think 9 ought to read, owner has installed noise monitor devices locations specified by Douglas County. Then I'm done.
Okay, Lauren?
Lauren, remain for the record. Keith, I have a hard time having someone do something that costs them money like that without the approval of their permit.
Well, what about if they give them 30 days or 60 days instead of where it's just open-ended here? That they agree to purchase within
Within 30
30
days.
days of approval. Noise monitoring devices.
Is that okay, Keith?
Well, here's my concern. I'd really like to see that data when we approve a tier 3. And it's kind of bothered me they haven't had them installed, even though what we have now. Maybe I'm letting my emotion override my judgment here. It's bothered me that people have operated tier 3s for a period without noise monitors. Some of the ones we've approved have been operating for a tier 3 for several months and they haven't installed them yet. We've had to make them a condition of the permit. And to me, if your intent, I assumed the cost was minimal, less than a couple $100 is what I had assumed. If it's more than that, though, I'm with you, Lauren. Do we have an idea how much it costs to purchase noise?
We do. Heidi?
Heidi Gunter for the record. My subscription is less than $20 a month. The devices they come with the subscription. As a property manager, we have them in almost all of our houses, regardless of what tier they are, and they're extremely helpful.
Is that, the question for you, is that $20 per unit? Or
Per unit.
Per unit?
And then my owners pay for that.
And
It
the
came-
device itself doesn't have a cost?
comes with the subscription.
So, okay.
So if you have 2 noise monitors, that's 2 subscriptions?
One subscription for the
Sorry,
house.
Madam Chair, sorry, Chief Fire for the record. Lauren, what about a compromise in that they would install the monitors when they apply for a tier 3? Because if that's 9 months, I guess what I'm saying is, could we have 3 months of data before they come forward?
So you're
Or if they
looking
don't like
for,
that, I'm willing to withdraw the comment.
noise data prior to coming before the board with a
Yeah,
tier
I guess what I'm
3?
saying is they're operating as a tier 2 already, so we believe that's a valid process, and so obviously maybe getting neighbor complaints before they apply for a tier 3. And by the way, I don't want to cut to the chase, but one of the reasons I like the 4 tiers of having an owner occupied versus the tier 3s is I think that the bigger tier 2s also should have noise monitors. I've just been hesitant to say that because I think Michael and I have already lost the vote on that. But so I guess I'd just like to have a couple of months of the noise monitors before we even we think about a new tier 3. But this is not enough to take time on it. If we disagree, I'm okay to drop it. But I just think it'd be good. I think it's a minimal of cost, and they can always stop the. I guess the hardware is not returnable, but they can stop the monitoring if they didn't get a tier 3. But I just thought it'd be good to get that information.
Okay.
If you're going to apply for tier 3, I think you ought to, be willing to do that, and it's a lot more money.
Well, I'm afraid you lost that battle while you were talking. There
Okay.
were heads shaking.
All right,
So,
no worries. Okay,
Yeah.
withdraw the comment.
now move on to, was there anything else that's in red under F9, where there's A, B, C, and D on noise monitors about duration of noise and that kind of thing? I don't have anything, no?
I'm good.
Keith?
Nope, just want to point out that if you already have installed, you don't have the rest, but all right.
Okay. All right, so, we would move on then to operational 040. I want to find out how everybody is. What do you want to, are you okay to continue or need breaks or?
I would,
We have two more, Madam Chair, we have 2 more hours?
I would like to be here at
Um,
3 because of the snow and the
I
road
was gonna-
conditions.
Okay, I was gonna cut us off a little early because I don't want them to have to all drive down the hill,
Oh, okay.
with all the, but I wanna go till at least 3, maybe.
Can we maybe take a 5-minute break?
We can take a 5-minute break.
We can, but you can't.
Okay, 5-minute break, we'll come back at
Thanks.
2:10, because otherwise 2:08 sounds stupid.
All right, moving on to 622040. Page 29 in the current packet, page, I can tell you the other page, 040, in,
29,
huh?
29.
No, I mean the old, because he's using the old package.
Oh, you should have used the new one.
Well, did you find
We
it?
don't have to worry about
Okay.
it.
Management of units. Operational. Okay. AJ, did you want to do anything on this, or?
Just, if we want to go to number 2, if nobody has anything.
I got something on number 1, but go ahead, however we're gonna do it.
Well,
That's what I
then,
assumed.
you go with number 1 then. I think I might.
Okay, I'd like just to, AJ and Ernie, to take this away. I don't think 1 actually says what we think it does. What we're trying to say is that if the homeowner does it, or a licensed property manager does it, but it doesn't say that. It says the owner may retain a licensed property manager to do these things. It doesn't say that someone else can't do those things. So I think it ought to say the owner must comply with requirements of chapter, limitation of filing application permit, make management compliance. And then we ought to say, or may retain a licensed property manager to do them. Because it doesn't say that an owner can't have an unlicensed property manager to do these things. So I just like, Ernie and AJ to take that away. I believe that may, you could actually work that, an owner may or they may not retain somebody else to do these things.
Yeah, this is Ernie for the record. Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
I would-
and the last thing, unfortunately, it goes back to again, where the complaints are coming is 6, 8, and 10 occupancies. And I think a local licensed property manager should be required for all units with occupancy of 6 or more, unless the property is managed by a homeowner that's a Douglas County resident and has a residence other than the property to be, the property other than the permitted property. What I'm trying to say here is, I believe that if we had local licensed property managers, and I want to define that, by the way, I think you ought to have a local property manager unless you're a resident. Let me speak. This is for discussion. This is not for them to take away. I believe local property managers, let me start there, are important. And I believe local is having a local broker in Douglas County, not someone who has a licensed broker in Las Vegas. I think local property manager is about the broker, and I think that's my first consideration. And I think if you are not a Douglas County resident, which is going to be resident when that's being leased, in other words, if you're a local resident, but you're leasing your local residence, so you're not resident while it's being leased, I think that's a problem. And so I think local is you have a property that you live in while the lease is happening, and if you don't have that, if you have 6 or more occupants, you should have a local property manager. There's a lot to unpack there. I'll be glad to talk about.
And Keith, I think we've seen this too many times with people that say, I'm moving out of the house to let somebody in. I think that's, because I had a couple of notes
Can I just throw in
on that
something?
one. Lauren?
Lauren Romaine for the record. Hey Keith, if you made tier 3s 9 and above, could you apply this to that and be happy with that?
Sorry, tier 3 is what, 8 is where?
If you made tier 3s 9 and above.
My concern is, Lauren, yes, it somewhat does, it somewhat helps me, but when you look at the, what is it called, a hockey stick when it's
Yeah.
doing what it's doing. If you look at it, there's a significant number of 6s and 8s, which are also having a disproportional amount of complaints. We've been talking about 10s, and so you kind of get me there with tier 3 being 9 and above. My concern is still the 6 and 8s. And it's the same thing. There are significant complaints of 6 and 8s. And I just think that if you're not going to be in Tahoe while the rental is going on at 6 and 8, I think you ought to have a local property manager who is there to manage that property while you're not in town. I mean,
Okay,
being a local resident doesn't really do anything if you're not resident when the rental
Right.
happens.
No.
It was kind of to me this false logic
Right.
that we can think, well, these are Tahoe locals.
I got
They
it.
can manage these things for themselves,
You
but
need to be able to
Hey,
by
see.
definition,
No,
unless you
I
have another
see.
place to live, you're going to not be in Tahoe when the
Hey,
rental
Keith,
happens. So-
Keith,
And again,
Keith.
if you look at complaints, 10 is the biggest, but it's also the 6s and 8s. And so I think unless you're renting something where you don't live, unless you're a Tahoe resident where you live while you're renting,
You're
I think
preaching,
that's the big issue.
you're preaching the choir. I gotcha. I got it. And so I'm just trying to figure out, so if we made, Lauren Romaine for the record, if we take tier 1 and it's to 4 people, and then you go 5 and above is tier 2, then I'm with you on tier 2s as that being a requirement.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'll shut up then.
So, Madam Chair, can I just clarify?
I wish you would.
It sounded like there were 2 main proposals recommended by Mr. Byer. The first being that a local property manager is required for anyone with 6 or more residents. And the second being that the exception that currently applies to Douglas County residents, that only apply if the Douglas County resident remains in Douglas County at all times when the unit is rented.
Yes, but I check into the Hard Rock. There's just no way to enforce that. I believe if you have a residence other than the one you're renting, then you're a Tahoe resident. If you are saying that you check into the Hard Rock when you're renting your residence, I don't know if I believe that. And again, so there's 2 things. I guess there are 3 things. It is a local licensed property manager, and we can work on the definitions with management companies about what that means, but I think it is the broker, the license holder being a resident in Douglas County. That makes you the local management, not somebody, not necessarily internet companies, not somebody out of Las Vegas. It's local. And then the second one is you're exempt if you live in if you have a physical address that you live in, not staying in a hotel. That way I know you're really there. And then so the exemption is if you have another place to live.
Okay. Keith?
So,
Oh, go ahead.
can I follow up?
Yeah, please follow up.
So, number 1, local property managers required for anyone with 6 or more residents. Number 2, property managers themselves must be local and that they must reside in Douglas County. And 3, the exception for Douglas County residents should only apply if the resident has another,
Primary
Residence.
is-
Yes.
yeah, just any residence, right? Has another residence within Douglas County.
Yep.
Yeah. So and usually I'm incredibly opinionated, but I change them often. So I'll take I reserve the right to take my opinion on all 3 of those aspects.
Keith, one of the things we debated at the last meeting was the definition of a resident, if you will recall. And was it 182 days, or was it how many days? Remember that conversation?
Yeah.
At a previous commissioner meeting where an appeal was being heard, the commissioners seem to be of the consensus that a Douglas County resident is someone that's here 365. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about as far as VHRs are considered.
Interesting.
For VHRs.
For VHR permit holders. when they are managing the property themselves and say they're a resident. And I just wanted to pass that on to you because
Well, I guess I'm putting something enforceable behind the concept. No one's in Tahoe 365, but this extra resident, so being a resident, having another address other than the place that you're living, that you're renting, is a way to put a measurable, observable, objective standard to what a Douglas County resident is.
Oh, I agree with you.
If I have another house in Tahoe, while I'm renting this other property, which is a VHR, I'm more than likely to be here 365 days.
No,
If
I
have to find someplace else to live every time I rent my primary residence, I don't believe that's a Douglas County resident.
I guess I was agreeing with you by giving you that example.
Okay, yes, thank you. I that way, I just didn't know if you meant it that way. All right, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Patty Graff for the record. Yeah, and just because a person has another residence is not going to guarantee that they're going to be here when the property is rented.
Which is why you have local
Patty, I agree
contacts,
with you
right?
100%. It's just more likely, it is more likely if you have another place to live. It is less likely if you're renting your primary residence or it's 4th of July and hotel rates are crazy. And I just think it's more likely, it's something that we can measure, it's something that's observable. You're right, nothing guarantees it unless we put chips in people's foreheads, which I'm not actually in favor of. I just think that you ought to have the ability, and I think that's about a separate resident. But I agree with you, you could have a separate resident and still not be here. We're not a police state, we're never gonna actually get that kind of enforcement. We're not gonna get that kind of compliance, but that compliance is more likely if they have another place to live that is their primary residence.
Okay. Lauren?
Just Lauren Remain for the record. So, and I agree with you, Keith, it was, and we've seen it a little bit where, well, when I rent this out, I go live here. And when we rent this out, I go live there. And what we're really looking for is someone who lives here and manages a VHR, not decides to rent out their spot and then take off. So I think I'm a little concerned. I mean, I really like the fact that we've got a property manager who's an owner and lives here, and I like that oversight. I have to admit that as one, I'm kind of thinking to myself, what's going to happen when I head off on vacation for 2 months? And do I block my place out because I'm not here? I mean, we're not requiring them to actually be here. I just want to be clear what we're doing. We're not actually saying you have to be here. We're just saying you have to have license.
An extended geographical fence, tier 1, or owner occupied, or whatever we call that thing. We're not expanding it to that. It's just, if I'm going to rent it 20 times and I have another residence, the chance of me being here more often is higher.
No, I understand that point. I just want to be clear that you also understand that we are not putting in words that require me as an owner and a property manager owner to actually physically be here. And I just want to make sure that that's okay. And I agree with you, we're not going to be able to fix everything. However, that wording does kind of stop what we've kind of seen and not liked, where these people just kind of vagabond around and you never know where they are, and it doesn't matter. But I just want to be clear that we're also, there's nothing in there that stops an owner who even has a second residence in Douglas County, who's property manager of this thing, to actually be at that residence when they're renting. And I'm okay with it. But I just want to make sure
I think having the owner have to be physically present in Douglas County is overreach.
Gotcha. Okay.
As long as they have another place to live, they're going to be here more often than not.
Right. Gotcha.
Okay, so that's number 1. Where are we with it?
Yeah, was there any kind of consensus there, or?
I'm okay with it as a red. I'm sorry, Lauren Romaine for the record. I'm okay with it as a red line to discuss it again.
Madam Chair, I would ask the county to work with some of the management companies. I don't know if a broker, I don't know what makes a local property manager local. That's why I'm defaulting to the broker or the person who holds the license to be a Douglas County resident. I don't know if that's even a broker.
Well-
I don't know. I don't know what the difference between an agent, a broker, and all those things are. But I guess I'd like the county to work on what local means, because the people who live here put more into this. They're the ones that show up when something happens. And so that's why I'm saying local, and the county can work and can kind of pull some information about what that means. If that means the broker has to be a resident or the broker or an agent. I just don't want it to be a 9 to 5 person answering a phone, hopefully sometimes when something happens.
I understand. So they have an office, but then they have a representative who lives local, but I would say, I don't think we should have to restrict it to Douglas County, but that's just my opinion because South Lake Tahoe is right over there. So
we could do a radius, right? I
Like-
just want someone of substance. I want somebody with skin in the game, and it can be within a 20-mile radius
Keith,
of the Tahoe Basin.
Keith, we already.
Yeah, you're right. I could care less if
We-
they live
well,
on
Keith-
Kingsbury Grade or if they live in
Keith.
South Lake Tahoe. I don't. Yeah,
Go around here and show your face.
Right.
Just trying to
I
think.
just want them. I want someone of substance, not someone answering a phone.
We have the emergency contact has to be within 30 minutes anyway, and if it is run by a local property manager, then they have to have somebody within 30 minutes. So it seems a little redundant on that end of it. I agree that the local property manager and all that, but I don't know that we need to get into the specifics on where somebody lives when we're requiring already that by whether you self-manage or through a property manager.
But Lauren, remain for the record, but you're missing the point that the owner is the person who's managing.
But the
But over and
owner,
over again,
if,
I think
Turn it.
this may be belts and suspenders. I do understand what you're saying about a local contact.
mhm.
We've had so many issues with local contacts. I'm the cleaner. I don't answer the phone at night. Commissioner Gardner talked about one of those examples. But the managers also, beyond the local contact, the management company are the ones who are screening the renters. And I think having them here and part of our community makes them more responsible. And again, if there's not a consensus, I'm okay with not doing that. I just think that having that agent local versus an internet site drives better management and better compliance.
And I do not disagree with you. I think I'm looking at Lauren and she's agreeing that yes, local. Patty?
Yes, local, and it says in here already, a local licensed property manager is required for all tier 3s.
Right.
Unless the property is managed by the homeowner that's a Douglas County resident, which would make them local.
Right, it is in here.
It's
The-
already in there.
Although he's looking at 6 and above, so he's looking at some tier 2s, 6
But we're
occupants and
talking tier
above.
3s, we're not talking tier
Well,
2s.
operational requirements is not specifically tier 3s, but that's what's in number 1.
What-
Because right now, that's the only tier that requires property managers.
And so what Keith is saying is that because 6 and up is the one that's causing more of the problems, that he wants to lower this from tier 3 to 6 and above.
Unless you're a local Douglas County resident, then you need to have a local Nevada licensed property manager.
I would just note, Madam Chair, that AJ Hames for the record, there's no definition of, as you've already mentioned, there's no definition of resident, but there's also no definition of local.
Right.
So it says local licensed property manager. I don't think that's enforceable as written. I don't think that our team has any way of verifying. I think that historically we've allowed as long as they're licensed in Nevada, it doesn't really, I don't know that there's a criteria for local, so.
We have had a tier 3 who was out of Reno, the property manager, I recall that.
Yeah.
And then they had a local 24-hour contact person.
For,
So if we want to get specific, then now would be the time?
Yes.
Okay, speak up.
It sounded like, based on discussions that I've heard, that you wanted to impose essentially the same requirements that we have on the local contact, which is that they be within 30 minutes. So the 30-minute requirement could also apply to the local licensed property manager.
And what if it was the owner?
Well, and let's remember the chain of events. Remember the one where there were problems because they were in Reno. They had a local property manager, by the way, but they were managing it themselves. So, but set that aside. Property managers are proactive. Local contacts are reactive. You guys, this screensaver behind me is my old house in Glenbrook. It is not my window in Miami, Florida. A local manager was making sure snow removal was happening in all those driveways today. A local contact is going to maybe get some snow removal when someone complains they can't park in their unit. And a local manager watching a weather report as their primary business is going to make sure snow removal is happening. Local contacts are reactive. Property management is proactive.
Okay, comments? Anybody? So what do we want to do with this? Yes, Lauren?
Remain for the record. I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused.
Me
So
too.
are we taking the same requirements for tier 3 and saying that we'd like to apply it to 6 and above?
I think that there were 4 main revisions that have been discussed up to this point.
Okay.
And it may be helpful to talk about them individually. The first was requiring local property managers for all VHRs permitted to have 6 or more residents.
With the exception of local residents.
The second was requiring, or at least describing, the conditions that would make a property manager local. Since local property manager is used in the code, what does that mean? We'll be adding a definition of 30 minutes, basically mirroring the definition used for local contact. 3, limiting the exception currently applicable to Douglas County residents, that they can get out of the local licensed property manager requirement if they reside in Douglas County and have another residence, either within Douglas County or within 30 minutes of the VHR, in which they can stay when the unit is rented. And then the 4th change discussed, although I think it was sort of abandoned, was including a time limit for residency, defining what it means to be a resident, whether that's 365 days or some other number.
Yeah. I would abandon the 365 and say that having another residence outside the one that's being rented makes you a local resident.
Okay.
And by the way, AJ, the other aspect of it is this is not tier 3s, and maybe we didn't reach consensus on that. I think this starts at 6, not 9.
Yeah, that was the AJ Hames record. That was the first change. So maybe is there any
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, thank you.
is there any consensus on having a management requirement for tier 2s with 6 or more residents?
Say that again?
Having a local management company with 6 or more versus just being 11 or more where it's required, changing that to 6 or more. Patty?
I don't think it's 6, I'd rather go for 8.
record, I think this, you know, just from what I'm understanding, the statistics, 6, 8, and 10 is the problem. And the only thing I'm toying with right now, and the thing I'm having a problem with, is if we make tier 1 or whatever we call it, one of the groupings, 0 to 4, then you know, shouldn't we have these divisions somewhere where it's normal? So do we say 5 and above? Do you say the tier 1s are, this other group is to 6, or do you say that's still 5? You know, 0 to 5? I don't know. I'm thinking it'd be easier if we kept the divisions of the numbers the same, you know.
Fine.
So I understand the statistics are there for 6.
Ernie,
There.
are 6 people a problem? Okay, well, it does break out at 6.
Not as much.
Ernie Estrella, for the record, 10 occupancies are where we're getting the most calls. These charts don't show the substantiated calls, but they're where we get the most activity, right? So it's 10, right? Now, what slide 3 shows you is the sheer volume of what a tier 2 is, you know, based on the numbers. That's all that shows you.
Okay. I don't know, I 6 seems like a low number to have a
So-
property manager,
oh.
but I'm,
So, Lauren Romaine, for the record, I'm okay if we make the division of tier, the top of tier 2 is 8, and you make that requirement for those tier 3s then. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think 6 is a little bit on the low side too, you know, but, so I'm willing to make that cut at 8 and leave it all consistent. That's my only concern. I just don't like digging into numbers that are in a different category.
so if we took number 1, which was local property manager, and made that for 8 or more, would that be acceptable to you, Keith?
Yep.
Okay, so that's number 1, because everyone wagged their heads. I've been reading an Indian book, they wag their head a lot. Number 2 is the condition of the property manager, we have to come up with a definition for a property manager of what is a local property manager. And I think that with probably very little effort, we can come up with that at another time, because I don't think we can do it right now.
No, what I would recommend is that it just mirror the requirements for the local contact.
Okay, and I agree with that. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, Keith?
Well, so what if I'm in Reno, but I have a secretary in Tahoe? Am I a local property manager? If the answer to that is no, I'm not, then I'm okay with that. If I'm the property manager, you know, it's kind of like defining what is the property manager, right? So as long as the property manager is in there and mirroring the local contact, I'm fine. My concern is, the property. I don't want everybody to change their, their local. All of a sudden, nothing changes except now I make my local contact an agent of the management company, and so now all of a sudden everybody's local. I want to change in the way things work, not just a change of titles. And if we could define manager as being a person, and it's not just a local contact now is all of a sudden an agent of the property manager, I'm okay with that.
The code,
Follow that logic.
the code already requires a license, and so I think that would still apply. Whoever is the manager has to both be licensed and now also.
Okay, there you go, I'm with you. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, and then number 3 then would be to limit, the exception would be to a Douglas County resident with an additional residence outside of the VHR who could manage the property? Is that, sound like, I see one head wag? Patty?
Where are we talking?
Well, it's not really here.
Can I
It's,
interject, Madam Chair?
yes.
So the exception for Douglas County residents, it would only apply if the resident has another residence. And then we had discussed Douglas County, but then we've also noted with local property managers, maybe that's not the best measure. I'm just wondering, should the second residence be within Douglas County? Because that would include even like a small little lake house down at Topaz. Or would it be more helpful to have a local residence, within 30 minutes of the VHR, similar to the requirements used for the local contact and the
So we
property?
mirror that again.
That's what I
Yeah.
meant.
I'm okay with
Yeah,
that,
Yeah.
That's a yes, Keith?
Yeah, I'm fine, yeah,
Yeah.
that's good to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You got a
I'm
wag?
not sure I'm 100%, but it's fine to put it in red line or
Okay.
purple line or whatever we got.
So we're good with those 3 items, and that's number 1. Number 2 is where we get into the local contacts. Do you have anything you want to explain to us, AJ? On the it sounds like we've been talking about local contact.
I would just note that there's already a definition for
Mhm.
local contact, and the code repeated that definition here, but it was slightly different
Oh,
than the prior definition, and so it's removed here. The pieces from this definition that weren't included in the prior definition were added to the prior definition, so there's just a single definition now, and then this instead includes, since this is under the section called operational requirements, what's been added here was from a prior section. It's the actual requirements of the local contact. They have, after being notified of the existence of a violation of this chapter or any disturbance requiring immediate remedy, local contact person must immediately respond and then provide documentation of the steps taken to resolve the complaint. So that's,
okay.
the definition was moved to a prior section and the actual action required was moved down into this section. There was also a change that you may want to discuss. Previously, they were required to provide written documentation of steps taken to resolve the complaint within 1 hour of notification. And that was unclear. Were they required to provide documentation of the steps they took within an hour, or were they required to provide documentation within an hour of being asked for the documentation? So did they have an hour to provide documentation, or did they have to provide documentation of steps they took within an hour of the problem? And I think, so I just took it out because it was confusing, but if you wanted to pick one of those, we could maybe add it back in.
County graph for the
Madam
record.
Chair, Steve Barr for the record. So I believe that obligation to report is critical. I don't believe they've got to report in an hour. I give them 24 hours. But I believe, and by the way, I don't think we've ever had a local contact actually notify the county that they received an issue from a neighbor and they resolved it. So, and I believe that needs to be clear. But I believe if they need to resolve it in an hour and they need to notify the county they received the complaint and they rectified it, and that can be delayed 24 or 48 hours, I don't care. But I just think it's critical that we know when these local contacts are getting issues.
So as I understand that comment, the change would be within this final sentence here. Well, not the final sentence, but it would say, let's see, the first added sentence after note 18, it could read, after being notified of the existence of a violation of this chapter or any other provision of this code or any disturbance requiring immediate remedy or abatement, the local contact person must, within 1 hour, respond to the location of the vacation home rental. So currently it says
Right.
immediately.
And then within 24 hours, notify the county of the complaint and their resolution.
Okay.
So that would be a new addition. AJ,
Hang on, I think we're.
Lauren?
Well,
Okay.
I don't know, in the test we all took, in that it said that the local contact had to notify the county if they received a complaint. I don't know where it was in the code, but that was what everybody's understood.
It is in here somewhere, because I read it. Lauren?
I'm just, okay. So first of all, what Keith, Lauren Romaine for the record, what they're saying, Keith is saying is that the contact person lets the county know that they received a complaint. That's fine. I don't care how long that takes. That 24 hours is fine with me. if we're talking about a complaint that is happening and the response to that complaint, that hour was something we discussed many times over, and I think we need to somehow keep the feet to the fire of the people who are supposed to be responding to these things, and that they do have to get back to the county with their resolution within an hour. That's fine with me, but I'm not sure, it seems like we're banding around a lot of different things here, and I'm not sure what we're trying to fix. And I don't see the old, I mean, I see this crossed out stuff, but I'm not seeing where the old stuff was with the hour. But, you know, you live within 30 minutes, you need to have resolution by an hour. You need to let the county know you've taken care of it within that hour. Then you also brought up documentation. I don't care if you want them to provide you documentation as to what they did, that's fine, 24 hours. But I don't want to lose that hour where we're telling people you need to have resolution.
So what I would propose, AJ Haynes for the record, removing the word immediately, so that it says the local contact person must respond to the location of the vacation home rental within 1 hour.
They must immediately respond, but they can get you what they did within an hour.
Okay, so it's in the current,
Immediately
it's in the
respond to
current
the job.
ordinance. Right here, where this contact person must live within 30 minutes and is responsible for resolving complaints within 1 hour after receipt. So maybe we don't want that sentence stricken, which is the one underneath, number 2, the sentence underneath the one that's underlined.
It was just confused, AJ Haynes for the record, it was just confusing the way written. It wasn't clear to me, not having sat through hundreds of meetings, just reading it, taking it on its face.
Yeah.
Were they required to provide documentation within an hour? Or were they required to fix the problem within an hour?
Fix.
Tell Douglas County how they have resolved the problem within an hour. They must immediately respond to the problem, and they have an hour to call you back and let you know how they resolved that issue, or resolve it, or whatever.
So you and Mickey are saying different things.
Okay.
Because I hear from Mickey that the fix has to happen within an hour, and I hear from you that the report has to happen within an hour.
Let me say this, if the county wants, fix is fine with me, fix the problem within an hour. If you guys want them to call you back and tell you what they did, if that was some back and forth, that's fine. And then later on, if you want documentation as to what they did, 24 hours is fine on that. But you immediately respond, and you have an hour to fix it. If you want Mickey and I to talk the same language, fix it.
And I think there's 2 things here, because there's the 1 hour of fixing it where it was called into the code enforcement and it was passed on to the property manager. They have an hour to fix it. And then there's the self-reporting part where someone calls the property manager, a neighbor or whatever, they fix the problem and then they self-report at
Within
some
24
point.
hours, that's
Within
fine.
24 hours or when,
Right,
that
that's
kind of
fine with
thing.
me.
That,
Are we
that's
talking
where I
the same
think we're
thing now?
getting,
Immediately respond.
Yep.
AJ Haynes for the record. Immediately respond, fix the problem within an hour.
Yep.
Then notify the county within 24 hours.
Yeah.
Or
If it's-
provide requested documentation as to how you fixed within 24 hours.
I might
Also.
recommend changing that to 72 hours.
Okay.
Because
That's fine.
if the offices are closed.
Yep.
Ah,
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know how you would report on Sunday at 2 a.m.
Okay, 72 is fine.
So,
Okay.
We good?
We're good.
yes, I
We got-
understand that.
okay, so we're good. So now we're on number 3, where we just have one strikeout, and with a footnote, because it was redundant. Does anyone have anything on number 3, page 30?
I do a quick one. Local okay, I'm sorry, and these notes, I'm sorry, some of this was taken a long time ago and I read through it. Name the contact person, information of the local contact person shall be made available to the public. These changes, okay, so my note is, why give it to the public? So, I don't know, I mean, it's just more of a comment, it's more of a question. You know, I'm sorry, but property manager's job is to keep things running smoothly, and I don't know that we've ever had a self-reported property manager who calls and said, hey, by the way, I had a complaint on my place. And so I always hesitate with this local contact person's number being made available because their job is to make things run smoothly. And I understand that and I appreciate it, but I'm not sure that we want people to call Douglas County code enforcement so we know what's happening and where there's problems. And so it's a little bit of a rub for me when I see that we're gonna post the local contact person's number, but I don't know that I have any solutions as to what to do about it, so I can move on.
Okay. So, number 4, page 30. The previous packet of information had that first part lined out for all permits issued after May 1st. Again, we're back to just, that's over with. So, we probably should start with the local, I'll make sure I'm on the right page, the local contact. Number 4, does anyone have anything? I just wanted to point out that one part that somehow got changed. I don't have any issues with number 4. So does anyone have any issues? Keith, you got any issues with number 4?
No, ma'am.
Okay, number 5?
Is there any for the record?
Oh, sure.
So can you take a look at where it says in the middle, once certified, the local contact owner and property manager will not be required to become recertified? Can you put parens with owners? Because we're finding that we have multiple owners of some properties. They're not LLCs, they're just like a list of 5 owners. And so we're going back to these owners and we're requiring them to all go through the certification program.
Annually?
Well, one time, but this just kind of indicates, these guys, we've actually had questions from people in the public that have asked if which owner has to take the test, because that's what the code says,
Oh.
right? And so these are just kind of key
Okay.
learnings that we're
Okay,
seeing. as we go along.
you asked me that question.
Patty
did?
Graff,
No,
for the
Lauren
record,
asked me if her husband
Maybe
had
we
to
can just add each owner or owner with a parentheses.
Anybody listed on the
S.
assessor's website has to take the test,
So let me,
any of them.
Lauren?
I have no idea
All
who it is.
deeded owners?
All deeded owners on the assessor's website have to take the exam.
Well, AJ Hames, for the record, owner is a defined term, and so we want to be consistent.
Right.
so okay, Lauren, remain for the record, I understand consistency, but I did have this question when I did my permit. You know, right now, my husband's usually gone half the year. He has absolutely no idea what is happening with that type.
We don't either.
I understand, what I'm saying is it a necessity? Because legally, if I sign something and say I'm doing this, and I take responsibility for it, whatever that is, it falls on my husband also, so, or the owner of that property. I'm asking the question. I don't want to leave the county without giving people an excuse. What my question here is that this just came up personally, and the question comes in is it necessary for him to? Is it necessary for all owners to? Because we need to.
This is Ernie for the record.
Yeah.
So consider where we're sitting, where we're managing 550 permits.
Yeah,
Right? And so we have no clue. I mean, we know you,
yeah.
but I don't
yeah.
know anybody else,
Right.
right? And so if there's 4 people listed on the deed, I don't know who's in charge. I don't know if that person took the test, but he's really not here. Maybe Keith has a VHR, and him and his wife have a VHR, and he's in Kazakhstan for his company 6 months a year.
Right.
So he's not, so he took the exam and his wife didn't.
Yep.
She's managing the property, doesn't know the rules because she didn't take the test. Keith did, so I don't know who, it's, for me, it's just, so that you're asking me to kind of remember all this stuff. I don't know who it is.
No.
I'm just giving you from my viewpoint.
Right.
So I know you, I would say no.
It's fine, it's
But-
fine. Right.
For consistency, to make it fair for everybody, yes.
Well, my question
For all
is the reason for us having owners do this,
Mhm.
whether, if they're gonna be managers of the property,
Mhm.
I understand. But it's a legal thing, isn't it? Where basically then they cannot say, well, I didn't know. And I'm just asking the question, just so a legal thing of me, so if something happens at my property and I say, well, I didn't know, you know, does it matter who it is, or does it matter that an owner has signed this stuff and has said, you understand? Or are we trying to fix the fact that you have we keep having excuses where someone said, oh, I didn't know because my wife took the test. Now, that's a bad thing if that's what's happening, and I'd be right on board. I'm just trying to make sure there's a reason that we're fixing up.
AJ, is there an innocent spouse concept in common law like there is in the U.S. tax code? Let's say that Lauren did something really bad and you put a lien on her property. Could her husband say, I'm an innocent spouse, you can't put a lien on my property because I didn't know?
AJ Hames, the record from the DA's office. No, but it is helpful in terms of enforcement to be able to go after all parties. I mean, it limits the ability of our code enforcement team if there's only one you know, it's owned by a trust, but only one of the trustees actually filled out the paperwork, and we can't find that trustee, but the trustee who lives in Gardnerville didn't sign anything, but now we can't go after that trustee because, you know, it makes it harder.
Lauren Romaine, for the record, I concede, and I will have my husband take his test.
Okay, so
It's just-
all owners.
It's internet, you can take it for him.
Yeah. Oh,
AJ Hames, I would advise you to not,
Do
as a
that.
general rule, commit fraud.
Strike that from the record.
Thank you, AJ. Okay, so number 4, we're good, because it's gonna be all deeded owners or whatever, some name
And let
like
me
that.
just quickly, we are in a trust, so that covers trustees also, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, number 5, anybody have anything? A, B? C?
Yes, ma'am, unfortunately.
Okay.
It says the owner or the owner's agent, representative, of contact are responsible. If I got 3 people who could be responsible, is anybody responsible? It shouldn't really say that the owner is responsible, but may delegate that responsibility to an agent, representative, and by the way, I don't know what a representative is. And I guess we had one with the big 20 one. We had someone who was not the manager, but was representative. But to me, that would be the owner's responsible, but can delegate responsibility to their agent, representative, or contact for the following.
Can delegate.
And my question is, do you want representative there? I thought we needed,
Well, representative could be an attorney.
ensuring that the VHR complies with all postings.
1A about the owner may retain a licensed property manager to do certain things, and now all of a sudden we're throwing in this representative who
Right.
may or may
There's
not
no-
be a local property manager. So all of a sudden we have somebody,
Right.
I don't think representative has ever used before, but now it's kind of like, you know, my brother Bill wants to do this, or my neighbor's gonna do this for me.
AJ Hames, the record. I agree that that's not consistent with other code language, and I would recommend that be corrected. My suggestion would be, throughout the code, it's typically owners who are held responsible. I think it would be sufficient, and in fact, in practice, it is the owner who's always held responsible. That's
Okay.
the person to whom notices are issued, fines are issued, etc. So I would recommend to just change it to
The
the
owner.
owner
The owner.
is
Good.
responsible for the following.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. You,
Love it.
anything on A, 5A, or B, or C?
Okay, now we're there. And by the way, this is one of the things I would try to think about. What makes, and it comes back, I fixed it with my local property manager, but this says providing the renters a written copy. Written implies to me that it's not electronic. So that would, right? I mean, could we strike written and just put copy, or are we really saying they gotta have a written copy? Or am I misunderstanding what written means?
Ernie, is that the permit that has to be provided inside the house, or?
Yeah, this is Ernie Strelo for the record. I believe it's the property manager or the owner, whoever's renting the property, provides a list of items that the renter has to track, right, that they need to be aware
Yeah, but
of.
this is different than the posting inside the house, right? It's a different code. When we talked about the posting inside the house, or sorry, is this written copy just a posting?
AJ Hames, I think it's separate. There's a separate section which talks about what needs to be posted. This is,
Right.
as I read this would be something that would be provided maybe at the time of booking.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, so it could be electronic.
Yeah.
Because, I also wondered if just the way people are, if when you got to go in, and I've rented a lot of VHRs, and when a person hands me something and checks me in, it's completely different than, this no-touch stuff, and I understand COVID, right? I'm going to go in, punch a key into a keypad and get my key, and I'm never seeing a single person whatsoever. I believe there's probably less compliance, but I think that's just the world we live in. I think I'm willing to get rid. I'm willing to ignore that concern. But again, I was just focusing on the word written, because to me, written is not electronic, which means I got to have one person physically hand a piece of paper to another one.
I think it's electronic, because I've seen this
so
on
let's-
VRBO sites.
Let's strike written and
Yeah.
just say they get a copy. Is
Cool.
that,
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
and let me ask her, Lauren Romaine, all of those things I have in a welcome package, so it's in a binder at the front door that they get. Is that what we're talking about here? Because I'm
Yes.
not handing it to them, but it
Yes.
is provided
yes.
clearly. It's not
Provided.
posted, but it's right at the front door with all that
Yeah.
stuff in it.
Because I've gone into a lot of houses and I've seen
Yeah,
like a
The
little.
welcome package.
that's what I.
Yeah, there's like a
yeah.
little thing on the counter
Yeah.
and it has all the rules, and that's kind of what this is
Okay.
to me.
Okay.
Because this is providing a written copy. I don't know
So-
if it means they keep
so-
it.
Right, so are we okay if they email it to them, or do we actually want it physically there? And let me say this, and the ones that I've rented out lately, I mean, they send me a bunch of emails, and it's on my phone, and it's this tiny little thing, or whatever it is. When I get there, I want the welcome package. Why? Because you open it up, and there's all the rules, and you can sit there for a second, and everyone can access it. So Greg's got the booking on his phone, I don't have access to it, I can't see it. I really like the fact that a written copy of these things is provided, because it's a little bit more clear, and I think it might have to do with parts of the posting, and I've got to look back at the other section. But the written copy of these is provided,
Most of the ones I see are written.
right,
Yeah,
So I would just leave it alone.
Okay.
because it's hard enough to get people to read
So it
it.
means written,
yeah.
Keith.
Means
Okay.
written.
That means person handing it to a
Somebody's,
different person.
somebody's
Okay.
giving you a piece
I'm
of
okay with
paper.
it.
Yep.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I understood the word.
Okay, D. E. Now,
Yes, E, I don't understand how this works, when they refuse. So the second half of that, if the owner believes the request of the tenant registry is illegitimate, the owner may refuse to provide information for a period of no more than 10 days and file an appeal to the VHR advisory board pursuant. Well, okay, if the owner does not file timely, then the owner shall immediately provide the information requesting requesting a
31.
schedule. So we don't meet every 10 days, so I don't understand how this technically works.
Wait,
I
what?
believe you've given me an illegitimate request, I refuse to give it to you.
it's mostly on
And then I
31.
can, within 10 days, I can file an appeal, and then the advisory board at that time may be meeting every 6 months. We'll go 6 months before that, is that what that means?
AJ Hames to the record, that, the appeal period is 10 days after any adverse decision. So what this is a reference to is, it's sort of lumping the request for tenant registry information in as an adverse decision. So if I'm told that I need to provide my registry, I have 10 days to provide it. And within that time, I have to file an appeal if I don't want to provide it. If I don't file my appeal, then I've missed my appellate deadline, I can no longer appeal, and I therefore need to turn over the registry. So it's,
Gotcha. Okay, but we don't have to hear it within 10 days or anything?
No.
Okay, all right, I'm good with that then, thank you.
Could you make the noticing the same as the other one, but the 20.20.
I think we added that in.
Yeah, because it was confusing for us to manage calendar days and
Yeah, we fixed
business
that one.
days. So this is fixed?
It's, well, that just says days, it's fine.
Okay, so this matches.
So, we're on F then, anything on F? We go to B.
Isn't
Oh,
it redundant? I mean, it's ever, I mean, being available 24 hours through my phone, in case of complaints, I mean, we've already defined that with the local contact and everything else. Isn't that completely redundant?
It's actually confusing because previously we were talking about an hour and now they're talking about 30 minutes.
No, it's, well, resolve complaint within an hour.
I think it is redundant.
Yeah,
Okay.
So should we remove number F?
yeah.
Okay, goodbye. B, permit issuance. Anything with B? Anything with C? Limitations on density, okay. Density could be a 3-day discussion. Let me ask you guys, do you want to keep going and start working on density, throw out some ideas? What do you want to do? I mean, I'm asking you because you guys are the ones that have to battle the mountain.
Madam Chair, if I may, AJ Hames for the record, I could just describe what's being proposed in section C and just kind of give some opinions on it.
That'd be great.
So as the board is aware, there's been a push by at least some of the members of the Board of County Commission to revamp the density requirements in our code. So what is proposed here is that density requirements would be based upon the unique characteristics of individual neighborhoods. So you can see in subsection 1, what's proposed is that the density of VHRs within given residential communities be limited based upon the unique characteristics of those communities, including, and then a number of factors are listed. Each residential community is distinct and warrants individual consideration. The VHR advisory board or director, I think the advisory board had sort of thought that that might be something good for it to take on. I think the county thinks it would be more practical to have the county make those determinations. But one of those groups would set density limits for each residential community, and they would be rationally based upon the factors described above. So if this was done at the VHR advisory board level, what would probably end up happening is that there would be a hearing, right? Once a month at this board's regular meeting, the board would take on a number of neighborhoods, and the board would have to make a determination based upon the information presented at the hearing as to what those density limits should be. And that would be a slower process. It would probably take a number of months since we have, 30 something?
39.
39 neighborhoods. Instead, what the county's recommendation is that the county be given discretion to set those limits. Ernie has already done a number of studies and gathered quite a bit of data on the different neighborhoods. And so there would be, it would be the county's determination as to what those density limits would be. Then, section 2, pending the imposition of density limitations, it would stay with the 15 and 20% that are currently imposed. There's no change to the third portion there, residential community. There's no change to the definition. 4, density limitations set by either the advisory board or director would only apply to new VHR permits and not to the renewal of VHR permits that predate the adoption of this section. So it's the same thing, it's just applied different ways. Basically, we're getting away from 15 and 20% and we're using a neighborhood approach. One way to do it would be to have county staff do it because they have more time, more resources. They don't have to do it in a public meeting, but they are, of course, gathering public comment. It's not like they're not interested in hearing from the public. I think Ernie specifically makes a number of visits. The other option would be to slow it down, have a public meeting for each one of these density limitations, have people come in and present public comment, and do it at a slower pace. And so those are the two options. Yeah, and in presenting those, just remind the board that, I don't know that either of these will ultimately get passed by our Board of County Commissioners. They have other ideas as to what density should be and where, and no one really knows what those ideas are because they've never been articulated. But just keeping that in mind, that's what's presented here in these paragraphs. So I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, AJ. The biggest hurdle with this board setting density on each neighborhood is that it would have to go into round 2, because we wouldn't be able to get through it and get it to planning and the commissioners by March. It's physically impossible. The other part of that is maybe we take on the one issue of Tahoe Village, and because that seems to be coming up in every discussion, and discuss that at our next meeting as do we want to call that our tourist zone, and perhaps allow staff to do the reductions while we run through another year of this and see how things go. I'm just kind of throwing out some options there, because I know we can't get through 39 neighborhoods. Lauren?
So first of all, somehow we're not talking about an overall percentage, and I think we need to keep an overall percentage. And you know, from what I've talked about before, I think our residential neighborhoods, doesn't matter the type of home, residential neighborhoods are residential neighborhoods. So I would like to address that, because I would propose, although I'm open to many different suggestions about it, I do believe that we should have 1% in our residential neighborhoods. I don't know what it would be. I don't. So first of all, I think we are dealing with density and the fact that we address that, number one. Number two, I agree with you, and I would like to notify Tahoe Village and have a conversation about that at our next meeting, because it is come up. It does seem like there's consensus about it, and I'd like to verify my beliefs on that area itself and how it is very different from our residential neighborhoods. The third one, I hear the things. I don't want to stretch it out. I don't want to have all of these meetings. However, and I'm not saying this about county staff, but I have seen proposals that just defy fairness. And I've been very surprised at how factors that should never play a part in a decision to allow or not allow or reduce or increase are being taken into account when you talk about different neighborhoods. And I have to admit that it scares the bejesus out of me to leave this kind of serious decisions to those types of whimsical reasonings. So I'm having a real hard time to figure out how we resolve this issue. And we have to realize that the person that is making this decision to reduce in a certain area is going to put more pressure on other areas. It's not a simple, it just has ramifications to it, and I'm just not sure how to resolve that part. But I'd like to work on those, at least the first two, and I'll think more if I can get some clarity.
And that's what we're looking
Yep,
for, just
yep.
some ideas. Patty?
I agree with Lauren, and I know it would slow down the process, but I think we as a board and with Ernie have a little bit more experience of the neighborhoods here, where I hate to say the BOCC would just look at everything and kind of go and like, oh, well, we'll just, cut across the board. And I think that would have a lot of ramifications. And even there's some people that, like earlier, Tarkanian he came from Las Vegas. He doesn't know the snow. He doesn't know the roads. He doesn't know the neighborhoods. And having the village be a tourist area, it's hard because it would slow down the process, but I think it would be more fair to the people down here and the residents to go through. And maybe you look at the higher density ones and start with who has the most percentage of VHRs in that neighborhood. And maybe take those two neighborhoods on and just look at a reduction and try and work from the highest population down to the least.
Okay. Keith?
I can't hear exactly well, so I don't know what I agree with, but I think Lauren mentioned that we have residential communities and all should be 15%. And so I think 15% should be the cap of all residential communities. And I think that ought to be in the code. I think we need to say that tourist zones may be designated, and I think we all have an idea of where those should be. As to the advisory board or the director determining these densities, the last thing I want to do is do that. I would rather get COVID twice than have to go through this. My concern is if we don't. We have a very open, deliberative process with a lot of public comment. I'm not looking forward to having the public comment community by community by community by community. But my concern is, how are we going to do it without that? I think that if you're going to talk about, and I did hear Lauren say that when you lower density in one area, don't believe it's just that one area. It affects everything else. I've talked to real estate agents who are already having hot spots because there are permits available. So when you go down to 10% in one neighborhood, you were all of a sudden going to take the pressure of a 10% neighborhood to go to 15% is increased. So there is a community aspect here. I don't know if I have a preference right now for the VHR board or the director doing it. There are pluses and minuses for both. I could probably be swayed towards either way of that. My gut tells me that it's a deliberative process, similar to rulemaking at the government. You always have significant time spent in public hearings, and I think taking them one by one with public comment is vital for the community. So my general idea is I think that ought to be the advisory board rather than the director. But if the director had a process that, again, it was one by one by one. Now, I don't think it's going to be faster because I think you've got to go through the process and have all the community input. So I don't really have a strong opinion on us versus the director. I could go either way. My initial thought would be it's better for the advisory board, but I could be swayed pretty easily. But again, I think we have residential communities. They're all at 15%. I think that ought to be in code. I do think we have one tourist zone, and that ought to be in code. Who sets all the other neighborhoods? I'm willing to listen and think about and debate.
And thank you, Keith. Lauren?
And Lauren Romay for the record. Just one quick question for you guys too. When you talk about neighborhoods, so we've divided up these neighborhoods into the neighborhoods we have, although I'd like to get some of them labeled more because I don't even know where mine is. So, but the question I would have is like, are you talking street by street or are you talking just, okay, let's take this area. Is this area okay?
Let's see.
I assume it's for me, the question.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is Ernie for the record. So it would be based on, the neighborhood, the identified neighborhoods that we have right now,
Yeah.
the 39. Yeah, certainly street by street in those neighborhoods. So I don't think that we would, it's not, I didn't have a vision that you would take a certain neighborhood and subdivide that neighborhood with different densities by street.
Yeah.
I think that the other parts of the code that you suggested, like the 100-foot rule or whatever density things you want to have beside that would
Yeah.
solve that particular problem. But no, it would be like if we took Middle Kingsbury, it would be the streets that are defined within the Middle Kingsbury space based on the TRPA maps
As a whole.
As a whole. But the analysis is done neighborhood, but it's done street by street.
Yeah.
Right. So. And what I mean by analysis is that, what we've already done is gone street by street through the neighborhoods and taken pictures and measured widths of streets and the peculiarities of the houses and the the space apart and the character of the area, right? But, and based on some of those initial observations, we've made some density discussions, right? We put some numbers in there that said, here's an idea of what it looks like in that particular neighborhood. Also based on the distance from state line or the recreational areas. Me and one of the commissioners have a difference of opinion on a certain area farthest away, right? That, when it comes to how, not, blocking out any kind of rentals in a neighborhood, but that's just based on the information, right? So, yeah, so it'd be just street by street by.
Yeah. And I mean, I do hear this thing where it's like, how far from a tourist area? And it is the same
Right.
thing, that I really have a hard time with this. I mean,
Yeah.
I didn't move here and my closeness to the ski slopes because I wanted to be inundated with tourists. I moved
Yeah,
here
yeah.
because I wanted to still have my slippers on, which has
No.
happened a few mornings, when I get to Stagecoach to put my skis on, because that's what I wanted to do. And I really have a hard time when we say that because you're not close to something, they're close to a lake.
No, and that's
a
where I have the
tourist-
difference
yeah,
of
okay.
opinion,
I
right?
mean,
Because when I've,
Yeah.
and I live next door to this person, so I argue often with them, but, an example is, when we go to Lincoln Park and we measure a road and it's, right abuts along the Highway 50 corridor there, and it's got a 12-foot road,
Right.
we anticipate that the snow is gonna further shrink that space. And then, so we did quantitative scoring for those type of areas, in density of the houses. And then if you go Upper Cave Rock,
Yeah.
and you have these
Yeah,
windy
yes,
roads that
yes.
are steep,
Yeah.
I grew up in South Lake Tahoe, and I lived over out in Upper Truckee where the roads were steep up there.
Yep.
And you slide these SUVs, they slide
Yep.
all over the place.
So, and my question too is, and it's more of a personal thing, but I think hopefully we can push it out to the other stuff, is if you look at my neighborhood, you can
Mhm.
probably go through most of them and go, hey, these roads are okay.
Mm-mm.
Hey, you remember my hill?
Mhm.
Okay, it is one lane right now. You
And-
cannot see the mirror anymore because
Right.
the snow is up on. You have to take a run to make it up there. And so my question was, you can look at my neighborhood and go, oh yeah, they're good. Or are we gonna look at actual roads? And I'm just curious as to what I'm just wanted to see a
No, I
little
looked at,
more
and you and I
insight there.
actually talked about your neighborhood at one time, I
Yeah.
think a while back, and, one of the things we talked about was your street, because when you drive down your street, and then you have to make a sharp right, it's a 90-degree turn, hairpin turn, and then you're at the top there, and then where they push the snow and everything.
Yeah.
It's very narrow, and in this, I think I had problems with the county car going up that road. I can only
I'd love
imagine
you
what
guys
it's
to
like
stop by on
today.
your way home.
I imagine it's worse today,
I mean,
right? But those are in my notes,
Yeah.
Right,
right? And so
right.
those are part of the scoring. It's also the health of the road, because a
Yeah.
lot of these roads are not very well paved, and some, Glenbrook is very well paved, in my opinion, when I
Yeah,
drive around there,
yeah.
right? And so when I drive into some of the other neighborhoods, it's not very well paved. And so that matters, and so they get they get much lower scores based on the algorithm. But, the roads and the parking are big criteria factors for how I was putting that together,
Yeah.
right? So, when I did that, nobody had brought up commercial and tourism, and I just went through all the neighborhoods. That's others, how others define it.
Yeah.
And part of the presentation I did at the Hard Rock that had the overlay on that is because I was asked about some of that, and so I put it in there. But it doesn't, I don't know if I haven't been convinced that matters, when it comes to VHRs. Because in my opinion, when you go to Tahoe to stay at the lake, you just stay somewhere. So a lot of people want to stay by the casinos for skiing, but maybe others want to stay in a beautiful house out somewhere else, not depicting a neighborhood, but farther away from those areas, So, I don't know, if I'm a skier, I'm probably not gonna go stay 15 miles from Heavenly,
Right.
right? I'm gonna stay over there, right? So, and does that help?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think
Okay.
we got some good comments, how everybody, different opinions, and I think that's probably where we should leave it before we'll take some more public comment. And I know that the document you prepared has been made public before.
Several
It
times.
may not have been 100% complete, but it's been made public many times with all of the, because I rode with Ernie for quite a few of these things to
I
look
think
at
Michael
these.
did too.
And Michael did,
You,
yeah.
you did on a little bit, didn't you?
I don't know. At any rate,
Yeah.
we have a lot to think about, and we have to keep in mind that we have a very short goalpost for getting what I keep referring to as round one in to the Planning Commission. So keep that in mind, and I'm not saying to not want to do what we want to do, but we need to find an alternative for round one if it is that we still want to look at all these neighborhoods one by one. In the meantime, if AJ, is there anything else? Otherwise, I think what I'll do is wind this conversation up, take public comment. We'll do public comment, we'll do closing public comment. So if you want 6 minutes, you have my blessing. And that way we can get everybody down the hill. So
Do you want me to stand?
you can do whatever you want.
You got a lot of flexibility today.
Get in line.
Heidi Gunter for the record. I really like the idea of neighborhood by neighborhood. I don't like the idea of a free-for-all at the top of the hill because there are people that still live there full-time. It needs to be spread out evenly, and excluding vacation rentals in a neighborhood because the roads are not safe, then we should probably exclude people from living there full-time also. I've seen some full-time residents in the past few weeks who do not know how to drive in the snow. So we can't just block out vacation renters don't know how to drive in the snow. I have seen plenty of full-time residents. We have pulled them out of the snowbanks in the past few weeks. It's going to be very tedious to have every single neighborhood come in here. You're going to have 5 hours of public comment before any decisions are actually made. So that's a hard call whether or not it's done by the advisory board or just the county. Or maybe you make a subcommittee that helps the county with that so it can be done faster. But who knows what it's going to happen when you put this in front of the Board of County Commissioners. All of your hard work could just be completely thrown out the window, and that's very frustrating. So, good luck.
Thanks, Heidi. All right, then let's adjourn.
Madam Chair, can I just get because of the phone, we're gonna start the next meeting at C and talk about neighborhood density, or we didn't reach consensus on that today, did we?
We will start at C and figure out where we're going from there, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Keith, appreciate it.
You turn
Oh,
in the
I'm
morning.
adjourning again.
I probably have brain cancer from being on a 4-hour call. so-
You probably do.